Hey guys, I gotta be a little bit quiet. Did you see the thumbnail? Hold on. Oh, clearing up the cow patties. Huh. She's going live any second now. Okay, I'll do audio. She's unbelievable. Hi, Liz. J May, welcome back, J May. I'll post a link if anyone wants to come up. Hold on, copy the clipboard. Paste. All right, let me go to the YouTube side.
Yeah, that's good. But what's the other one? You got it? The other one?
Hold on. What? Is she not live? What's going on here? Where is she? Thank you, everyone. Hi, Liz. Where is she? I thought she was going live. What the hell? Hold on. She took it down? Are you kidding me? Yeah, I did say I was only going to do it up until midnight, but got my second win, Merb. I don't think so, J May. Nothing to be afraid of. I just do what's right, especially when it comes to the law. All right, can I have confirmation that she just canceled her live stream? Carolyn, it's Miss Jean here from Romper Room. I'm looking through my magic wand. I don't see you anymore. Where you hiding, Merb? Come out, wherever you are. It's like trying to find where's Waldo. Where's Carolyn? What is she gonna just sit around all night, pull an all-nighter until I go to sleep? I'm a vampire. The link is pinned to the top if anyone would like to come up. Hi, Art Studio by Susan. Good to see you again. What's that? Hold on, let me go to the YouTube side. What was that link? I'm on the StreamYard side. Hold on. gotta go to YouTube. Hold on. Oh, so sorry. I mute it. I'm gonna go. Oh, there I am. Oh, you're not modded, so I have no idea what that link is. She's such a fraidy cat. Come on. Come on, Carolyn. I've got all day. I can't link, so you need to put the YouTube before. Hold on. Let me go to my live. Oops. All right, I just modded you. Can you drop it? She promised facts must take longer to make them up. I'm not sub to her, and I didn't hit it, so I just randomly check over there to see if she's live or not. And she had it up that she's going to be live in 7 minutes and 38 seconds. I then went to my community post, posted it, said I'll be up. No, 13 minutes or something, I don't know. And she's gone. Yes, Dory, she's maybe her broom broke. I think her broom. Hey, hell to the no. Oh, what's that? Let me go to the YouTube site. Hold on. Hold on. I mean, mute for a second. Oh, what did I do? Oh my God. 12 minutes. No, 12:45. Yeah, but she's not live. Yeah, I saw the link, but she's not live, correct? That's all right. That's all right, Carolyn's deleted comments. Oh, the chat's still running. Oh, okay. I'm only gonna do audio with her. Let's see. Rosalita Marie's in there, Snow Remover, Mike, Robert T. Bob, Captain Lee fan, manager of Three Monsters. She has how many people in there? 81. Subscriber only mode of 10 minutes or longer. I've never been sub to her, ever. Thanks, Carolyn's deleted comments. Yeah, keep me informed. Okay, if anyone wants to take a link, Paisley, I don't know. Why doesn't she just go to a salon and get it done? Obviously, she can't do it right. She should go to a salon. I mean, I'm sure her subscribers will pay for it. I don't know. Was Scoot in her live earlier? Where is Calm Down Jimmy? We're getting a divorce. Am I still? I'm live. Carolyn, are you live? Jimmy's fixing the sheets. That's right. Hey, cheek pinching granny. Ooh. Anyone ever get pinched by your granny? That just brought me back a long time ago. Both cheeks at the same time. She's live now? Okay, let's go. I'm just going to do audio. Oh, there's Scoop.
Hey, Janice. Good to see you. Nicole G, Lisa L, Earthbound Spirit, Margot K.
Hold on. Okay. Scooter, bad move. Really bad move to be up there. Someone a long time ago told me this saying, if you walk with someone who limps, you too will limp. So if you hang around with a limper, you too will limp. Let's see. Wait a minute. What did she say? Hi, Scooter. I'm not streaming. I'm playing audio. Not desperate. Trust me. Unless someone else is live. Oh, shoot. I got my Bluetooth on. Oh, my God. I'm an idiot.
People miss stuff. If I took a poll, I want to say this. When you're dealing with a narcissist in your life and it's a personal relationship, and yeah, you can ignore them. But when you are a public figure, and why I say, oh my gosh, she said she's a public figure, she thinks public figure is anyone that's a creator on YouTube that has a channel. They are a public figure. And when they are being slandered and they're being lied about, and they earn their living being a social media influencer, a YouTube creator, and their livelihood is attacked, their character is attacked, their family is attacked, all in this smear campaign. They're told they don't pay their taxes, they're told that they're stealing things, they're all these lies, and they keep going and going and going. And you make the mistake, you first try to ignore it. But as you ignore it, the people with the smear campaign take advantage of that. And they keep pushing the envelope. And their lies keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And they feel very empowered because they have all this opportunity to lie. And no one is checking them on any of their lies. And you can try to go ahead and, like talk to a couple people and say, hey, you're hearing some stuff about me. It's not true. But that's not effective when you're taking it to a public platform. Because then your name, your brand name, your channel name is being smeared. So this is why it's different than just dealing with a narcissist and thinking you can just keep it and ignore it. Counter the attacks with the truth. Gather evidence to support your side of the story and present it to the public. This can help neutralize the attacker's claims and restore your reputation, and that's what I'm doing tonight.
What book did she
Seek
read
legal
that
help
out
if
of?
necessary if the attacks are becoming
What
too
is
much
that?
for
Ask
you, which
Google?
they are
Hey
and we are,
Siri.
to handle, or if they're starting to.
Hey Siri. She's reading. She's actually. Oh, no, I didn't want you,
Hurt
Siri.
your business or personal life.
She's actually reading an article. This is not her own words. She's reading an article about how to maintain your influence on social media. You dumbass.
Yes. Talk to a lawyer about what you can do to protect yourself. Already done. Stay positive and focused on your goals despite challenges. Don't let it keep you from achieving your goals. Never will. Remember, the truth will eventually come out. Thank God for that. And focus on doing good
Oh my
work
God.
that will stand the test of time. Yes. Now I'm going to read my community post to you.
Oh no, no, no. She's gonna read the manifesto that was up earlier today. Who's texting me? Hold on. Oops, hold on. Be right back. Oops. Okay.
People were nervously texting people in our community saying, I'm freaking out about it. I find it ironic that playing that video seemed to enrage these people, but airing my private messages to a trusted friend about a time in my life when I was very low and exposing it, laughing about it, and mocking me for it was okay. And you see, this is what is selective outrage.
You guys are funny.
Because these people,
This
very woman who has been viciously and relentlessly attacking me, wrote a post and texted people, moderators, shaming them for this video that has been on our channel since the day it was made, February 25th of 2021. And
you're right.
Yet that person went to another person that I had trusted and I had reached out to and thought I could trust. And that was Muppets.
Ooh.
And Muppets gave over my texts
Where's the proof?
to these people. And this woman, Moo of Two, Bitey Cat, took my texts and with wild abandon and so much glee.
Look at Merb. You got bagged. You got busted. You got busted. And now you're backpedaling. Hell to the no is right. You should have never went live. You're going to shoot yourself right in the foot. You already did. You got busted.
Put it in there while saying things like, I don't even want to use her language, but to choke on my effing coffee. And I'm going to read you her comments and her descriptions of these videos that she has been making. And it was disgusting because I was feeling so low and they made fun of it. They put it in a video and they laughed about it and they called it fake. Okay? That's what they did. And it was disgusting.
I agree.
And here she is outraged that we played a video where she was talking about patterns that she has where she's always saying people have attacked her. Everybody's always attacked her, but she doesn't say what she's done to people. And we're going to take a look at what she's doing to me. So.
Oh, Art Studio. She's already sunk. She sunk a long time ago. She's ruining her channel even more. Hell to the no, I agree.
That's my private messages. And airing those out there, right? That's okay. Laughing about it, mocking me, for it was okay. I have ignored.
Look at you guys. I'm going to tell you one thing. Don't get too pissed off by listening to her. Remember, this is what she does. Okay? This is manipulation. This is narcissism at its finest. This is malignant narcissism. Okay? This is gaslighting. These are tactics. She's backpedaling. She got caught. This is what narcissists do. So if you're getting tensed up, take a deep breath in through your nose, out through your mouth. Okay? Do it a few times. Chill. It'll be okay. She's ruining her own channel. She's ruining her own channel.
Their videos on multiple channels. I didn't have to go with the way she did. The first thing
Right,
she's
no
taking
proof.
to a community post, this and that. I have ignored them, contacting subscribers and lying about me, and presented one-side views of things to spin a narrative that they thought made them look like angels and demonized me. And you'll see how they painted themselves as angels. 100% that they would say did no wrong, nothing. It was all good and all bad.
Show the proof, Merb. This is like a rerun
I
of the
have
last time
cried,
she did this.
prayed, relied
Her
on the
broom
support
is
of my
broken.
family and
She ain't
friends,
sweeping
and ignored
nothing.
it all, and continued growing this channel. They think they're going to take my channel down? How do they think they're going to do it?
Nobody said they're taking your, where's the proof? No one said they're taking your channel down. You're taking your own channel down. That is pretty clear. Pretty clear. Show the proof, Merb. Show it. She's making her channel worse. She's making it worse right now. We are watching this in real time, listening to it. She's ruining her channel.
People on this platform have scammed St. Jude. They have run large scams in front of everyone's eyes. They have crossed multiple victims' families, and they're still here, still growing their channels. You're not going to take this channel down. Ask the others who banded together in hate before you with that goal. Ask them how that went. It has only made us stronger and better. The lies Moo of Two or Bitey Cat or whatever alias she is under now, because she told me she needs to hide her online actions from her family, is saying about my friends the Rusaks is gross. She knows full well why she was asked something, and for her to lie about that and to make it look like I was doing something behind their backs is evil. You have no idea the devotion Sandra and I have for each other, and you cannot understand that we are true friends. And we.
Sandra's daughter and granddaughters were viciously murdered, Merb. Murdered. Okay? You can be her friend, but you have no idea what it is like to lose not only your child, but 3 grandchildren to a vicious, intentional murder. No disrespect to your loss. Your son, as you put it, unfortunately was in a automobile accident. Accidents do happen. Okay? I'm not justifying it. No death of a young person is justified, but don't you ever think you know what it's like to be a parent of a murdered daughter and grandchildren who were stuffed in oil tanks and left with the hope that they would never be found, you piece of shit.
Have a bond because we know a pain that most of you are lucky to not know. Sandra knows my heart, and I know hers. Your lies do nothing to our friendship, but hurting this family when now today is the anniversary of the horrific tragedy that marks the loss of their daughter and grandchildren is disgusting.
So why are you going live, Merb? What the hell? Why are you going live? If you care so much and she's your greatest friend and you can relate to her so much and you can, identify with her, why are you live? You piece of shit.
Nana Patty, Mama Ames, Muppets, Davita, Kubi, Jackie Burns, Lisa D, and others who are over at Moo's channel.
As if writing her community post several hours ago wasn't enough. Now she wants to read it over to make sure It's like she likes to listen to herself, like she's so proud because she's a public figure. She's a public figure, an influencer. Yeah, to the psych ward.
Patting her on the back and hell to the no on the back for exposing my pain, my lowest points, high-fiving her, telling her bravo, way to go. Also mooing friends on the hell to the no and patting her on the back for that. You should be ashamed of yourselves. The way you tried to spin the Lisa H situation was downright low too. I told Lisa H the truth when I spoke to her in July. She knows who was questioning things. Davita Lane, you were on calls with others. Lisa D, Nana Patty, Moore Bitey Cat, you were all aware, and not only aware, you were all concerned.
We're still waiting for the proof. Scooter, can you help her out a little bit? Proof? Receipts? Proof? That would really, really help. Thank you.
Searching for answers, and now you want to sit and think that there's not proof of all this that I can bring out while you're all complicit in this smear campaign? A man in the UK was just convicted and will be sentenced on September 16th to as much as 10 years in prison for...
You know why, Carolyn? Because over in the UK, their internet laws are much stricter than here. Trust me, if you lived in the UK, you would have been in prison a long time ago. Okay, their internet laws. Why do you think you don't see drama channels over from creators who are from the UK? Their internet laws, they are way ahead of us, okay, with their laws regarding internet crimes. Not us, not us. But again, if you were from the UK and you pulled this shit that you do over in the UK, you would have been in jail long, long ago.
Doing much less than what I have been subjected to with this targeted harassment, cyber stalking, and cyberbullying that has been happening for the last 3+ years. I am empowered by the fact that I have all the records of how many times a day I was tagged in harassing videos.
She would never get away with this in the UK. You wouldn't. You wouldn't. They would have had her. They would have shut her down and charged her with harassment, bullying. What else is she doing? Extortion. You name it. You name it. Behind the scenes, looking people, going real life, shit like that. They would have had her a long time ago. But she thinks, you know, that the person is much, they've done much less. Whatever. She's just dumb. She's just
and
dumb.
Posts how many channels were created for the sole purpose to harass me. Okay. What we didn't know, and what she has herself admitted to, she was in a Discord with Evie
they all come over here.
And she was writing
to the United States live streams or whatever.
There's an echo on this phone. Oh, shoot.
Our laws aren't strict enough, not yet.
Anybody just do something here. There's an echo. Okay.
It's an echo. It's your stupid voice. All right, it's your voice coming back at you, and it should be saying, shut the f*** up.
In that video we watched last night, that she was in a Discord, and she blamed the people, and I'm going to read her explanation for why she wrote this stuff about Scooter and I, but she wrote some pretty bad stuff about Scooter and I, and other people, Mama Ames and April, and people like that. And they were relishing with Evie, you know, going back and forth, Mean Girl style. And she was over.
But yet she'll criticize How to the Know channel, other creators, for sharing text messages or whatever. And I believe this is what she's doing, correct? So I can't with her. She's dumb. She's really dumb. If she was intelligent and smart, maybe she could get away with this, but she's so dumb.
She's afraid Evie and Kazbat were going to drop those messages. In fact, she told us they're absolutely evil and they're going to do that. And that's one of the reasons she apologized to Mama Ames. And I have all those text messages too. Because she really went after Mama Ames because their political beliefs don't jive at all. Neither do, Evie's with that. And they ripped her a new one. So when she got kicked to the curb and
Okay, so here we go. Thus far, Mummy Ramblings is just words, okay? No proof. This community comes with facts, with proof, receipts. So just keep it in mind, they're just words. And her subs suck it up. It's black and white with them. There's no gray area. Whatever she says goes. Oh, it must be the truth because she said it. Okay. So just think about the mentality of her subscribers that you're dealing with. And Scooter, I don't even know why she's up there. Maybe she dropped down. Okay. Not a good look, Scooter. Not a good look for you.
who knows
I agree.
what's true about what she said about everybody doxing her, because she accused Evie and Kazbat of doxing the crap out of her. But we never saw any screenshots where she was doxed the crap out of. She also said that because she had...
That's just their voices in your head. When Frank Sr. did his press conference that the whole world listened and watched, okay? He asked, he wasn't after one particular person. Anyone covering the Watts case, he wanted them to stop profiting off the death of his daughter and grandchildren. Why, in God's name, they align themselves with Merb, I will never know. So I'm really struggling with, was that just bullshit that Frank Sr. did? Because now they've stepped their toes into the drama. If it were me personally and my children went through this, I wouldn't even be near social media. I would probably be grieving. This is just not healthy if you're a victim of losing a child and it hit the internet like this. I don't get it. I just don't get it.
Betrayed all of them. They, one night when she went into Discord under another name and was being nefarious to get in there and show that there's a back door. This is the same story she said about a database at work. And she said at this database at work, she almost got fired for exposing that there was a back door in the database.
You know why she's doing it tonight on the 4th anniversary of the Watts murders? You know why? Because she wants the attention. She wants the accolades. Because she thinks she's a public influencer. Even a public influencer would have the courtesy, the mindset, not to even go live tonight. But not her. This is a narcissist. Here we go again. A psychopath. Okay? She's got to get her face into everything. She wants to be above everyone. Okay? She doesn't want you thinking about it's the 4th anniversary. She wants you to think about her. Her. Right. Blah, 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 blah. No proof. Hypocrisy. She's ruining her own channel. She is ruining her own channel. Don't get pissed at her. Okay? She's a narcissist. This is what they do. This is, at least learn from her. That these are the people you avoid, that you never interact with, ever.
But why, I asked her at the time, would you be fired for telling them about a security issue? Wouldn't they be so happy that you told them this? And it was never clear.
Yes, my heart is palpitating.
It was never clear.
Taking
like,
deep
what's
breaths.
going on? Why wouldn't they be so indebted to you?
Yes, she is.
But
so
she
far,
said,
nothing.
Oh, no,
it's
I was
blah,
almost
blah, blah.
fired over it. I mean, I told them there was this security breach. Well, you're going to hear in the video I'm going to play, she speaks of a security breach in White Tiger's Discord. Now, why would she want to tell these people that she said something about an open mic? Well, Moo keeps using the same things. She talked about a shiny object last night. Well, that's in her.
Remember, these are just Merb's thoughts. All right. She has a thought warrior going on in her head. All right. We all get thoughts, right? We get crazy thoughts, but we have the mindset to know what thoughts define us and which ones don't. and when to open our mouths and when to keep our mouths shut and when to put our fingers to the keyboard and when not to. When we have those crazy thoughts, the keyboard warrior going on in our head, the stinking thinking. Merb is the type. Every single thought that comes in her head, she spits it out. She spits it out. Okay? This is her biggest downfall. Her biggest downfall is she's just speaking out what's going through her head, which is not realistic. And again, she's not showing proof.
Posts about me being a shiny object.
These are her own thoughts, her imagination.
In the video I'm going to play for you in a minute,
She embellishes.
you're going to hear her talk about this Discord group. You're going to hear that she warned them.
Jamie. Exactly.
And I warned Evie that this was like a hot mic and all your messages are being broadcast out there.
Good comment.
And I want you to think, why would she tell them this? That their messages are being broadcast out there? Is it because she had all the screenshots and she shared them with all of us that showed Trish B and Heather and Ivy Lynn and My Crazy Life and Tammy Crafty Peeps and Nana 14, I think it was, and I could go back in them. She gave me hundreds and hundreds of screenshots, Casbad and White Tiger, and oh my gosh, and said, look, I've got everything. I've got dumps of this information.
First of all, I'm not focusing on anyone. There are a lot of X-Ramblers who have gone live or appeared as a guest and apologized for their actions because of you, Merb. Apologized. Okay? So she seems to forget that too. And many have come forward and apologized even directly to the people that they've hurt. So shut the fuck up, Merb. All right, let's show you proof. We're still waiting. Did you buy your new broom yet? Because the one you got sucks. It ain't sweeping, ain't doing nothing.
And she was so afraid that Evie was going to spill the screenshots where she talked about Scooter and I. That was her big fear, and where she talked about Mama Ames. She kept saying they're gonna put them out there.
And of course, remember, a narcissist will never admit to doing anything wrong. Carolyn has yet, ever to admit wrongdoing. Ever. Be careful of people like that. Ever. There's been so much that's been proven that she has done, and she will not apologize for anything, for nothing.
Do this because they doxed my whole family. They took everything and they doxed my whole family. We never saw any proof that they doxed her whole family. We never saw anything of that. The only things we saw is where they were talking about me. Where Heather was saying that she was going to call sponsors and she was going to call PayPal to go after me, and Trish B was doing the same, and Crafty Peep was saying she didn't want us in her chats, and Casbad and White Tiger, they were all talking about us in these screenshots that we were given. Okay?
So we're talking about Marie Osmond. She's just talking smack.
That. So her excuse
proving nothing
for why she had said these things wrote these things about Scooter and I. And meanwhile, she was telling me, no, everything was fine.
She's speaking for all these other people without any proof. That's slander. She's speaking for all these other people, again, with no proof. She is slandering them. Way to go.
Didn't have time to be on the channel. But then, when apparently they kicked her out, when they kicked her out of this Discord and she was on her own again, and Evie, the person she was doing this with every day, no longer wanted her for some reason and stayed with Casbat, Moo came crawling back to us and told us what a victim she was. And you're going to hear more of that in the video that I'm going to play, which is still on my channel. This is nothing that is has been hidden. This stuff has been on my channel. And she tells us that she wrote bad things about Scooter and I. and Mama Ames, and that she made the apology to Mama Ames. She never made the apology to me, never, not one time. Never.
Carolyn, have you apologized to anybody? Especially Dreamy? Rest in peace, Dreamy. This is something else. This is something else to watch, to listen to. I'm telling you. This is just like, this is the perfect thing. Like if you're taking a psych class or talking about narcissists, save this video. It's like show and tell, right? Just like romper room, Carolyn. Show and tell. Let's show and tell what a narcissist is all about.
And she then came back and said, well, they were like basically egging her on. It wasn't really her fault that she was doing it. They were egging her on. And,
She needs more than a glitter dot bomb.
And I'm gonna read it to you.
And where's Jimmy?
Because
See?
I've been violated.
He's a piece of shit.
I've been violated. Moose said,
What?
I never share private texts. That's what Moose said. I never share private texts. I'm not a dirtbag. Well, by her standards, she would be, because she has. And she didn't even share her private text. She shared my text.
Who's owned her shit? I have more respect for people who own their mistakes or own their shit than I do liars. Okay? And that goes for every one of the X-Ramblers who stepped up to the plate to own their shit. I have more respect for them than I'll ever have for a liar.
Velociraptor behind me. I don't know. There's velociraptors on the side of me. Moo, if you're going to tell me Scooter said things about me after the vacation or whatever, when my head, you guys don't know that for 2 days, Lisa D tried to turn me against Scooter in the car. 2 days she worked on me. 2 days. And during that time, my head was swimming because something happened and I was being told that Scooter intentionally did it. Okay?
Oh, no.
And she was meanwhile telling Scooter that she was going to straighten something out and rectify it.
No.
But she wasn't doing that. Okay? She was telling Scooter one thing and doing another thing with me.
No way.
And she was pushing and pushing.
No.
Nana Patty to me. And I thought, this is funny because she wasn't pushing Nana Patty prior to Nana Patty buying her a ring.
That's right. They try to get Merb help. These are Merb's thoughts. Remember, this is her interpretation. These are her thoughts. Doesn't make it true.
So when I got home, I was really conflicted. And I told Scooter, I said, I don't understand. They're telling me this, and what the heck is going on? And I was really upset. And I was very upset. And in turn, Scooter was very upset. And I know that Scooter turned to Moo and Scooter turned to people. And
so obviously, Scooter is allowing Merb to talk for her. Okay? You see how she controls people? Scooter should be the one telling her story. But this is what Merb seeks, control of everyone. She's not going to let anyone on her channel to speak, even though they support her. No, she has to always be in control. Always, always. That's what a narcissist does.
Whatever she said about me, it doesn't matter. And I don't care, Moose. So if you think that's the velociraptor, if you think her daughter's comments are the velociraptor, I know all about them. I know all about them. And you know what?
Yeah,
I don't care.
You probably lived with them.
You know why I don't care? Because Scooter and I worked things out like real friends, not like what you guys did. You were never my real friends. Never. Never.
She's so butthurt. She's so butthurt. Look how many people have left her. Look how many people have left her. intelligent people, smart people, people who know they made a mistake, who stepped up to the plate and apologized when it was due, apologized directly to the victims, the people that they've hurt. Okay. Um, she's so she's so screwed. She's screwed herself. She's drowning. She's drowning. She's just talking. It's all talk. It's noise. It's static.
So go ahead with your velociraptor of whatever you think Scooter's messages say, because she's sharing them with me, and I could care less. And I told her today,
What a great friend. That Merb would take Scooter right down with her, down the drain. What a great friend. And yet Scooter doesn't see it, you know? No integrity whatsoever. You know what, Scooter? The next time you join a mob, I want you to remember this. When you join a mob, or you lose your individuality. Okay? You are no longer who you say you are. Okay? When you join a mob like Carolyn's mob, you are no longer an individual. And it's evident here because Merb is even talking for you. Okay? Okay? So you are not an individual anymore. You are part of her mob, her cult.
you're not going to lose me, because I know you're a true friend, and I'm a true friend, and I don't care what you might have said when you were hurt or angry or whatever it is, because I forgive you.
Right, Karen?
Because I was crushed.
Okay, and I was crushed too.
No, I'm just saying.
No, we were both
No,
crushed.
Right.
Okay, and I don't care, Scooter. I don't care what
And
you
I
said,
don't either now. Because
I know you are my true friend.
Yes.
So, Moo, come up with something better than that. So, there's your one little velociraptor. Bonnie's your other little velociraptor. You can take that one down because I know all that. Okay?
Isn't it interesting? All her references are very juvenile. Very juvenile. Now she's using the analogy of dinosaurs. Okay? Of dinosaurs. Maybe she was angry with her history teacher too for, I don't know, maybe he skipped that class. Maybe she was out sick that day. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe she can add the history teacher to her romper room list teacher.
And the Family Foundation School,
Ooh,
take that one down. Because it's bad to have a little bit of information, isn't it, Moo? Isn't it bad to have a little bit of information and think you know what you're talking about? Because you don't. You don't.
what's the Family Foundation School?
You don't know. But you think I'm going to put up every day with your relentless, oh, I've got a little surprise coming for you. I've got the velociraptors coming from behind. Okay? You don't know the first thing about me, Moo. You don't know the first thing about my friendship with Scooter, and you don't even understand what a real friendship is because you don't know what love is. You don't.
Oh my
You don't.
God. What's love? Can you tell us? In your own words, what is love? I would pay you to tell me what love means to you. I would pay you.
And it was
Oh,
a
buddy, can I
screenshot
have the dinosaur?
of something that Kaz posted. And it said, okay, I'll play. What self-created drama
Okay,
are
the
you
problem
whining
with
about
that?
now? And then she said, the new one is there. These are when she was making videos. I did something while I was scrolling because it vanished when I hit something.
Can I
Anyway,
ask something? What's wrong with putting up that video about that school if nothing happened? What's her issue? It's YouTube. It's a public domain. You can put anything you would like up there, as a reference, like, hey, look at this school, or if something happened there, you know, that's life. And so what's the issue? It's
to
like
your
she's
comment.
telling on herself.
And now Kaz will need a box full of Imodium. Does that sound familiar? Didn't she say that I needed something for my stomach?
Hi, Casbat.
Didn't she say I needed something for my stomach?
We know that, Casbat.
Yeah.
We know.
Now Kaz will need a
I've been
box
saying it all
full
along.
of
These are just her
Imodium.
thoughts. But I've got a link pinned if anyone wants to come up. I've made it very clear that these are just simply her thoughts. This is what narcissists do. She's shown no proof. And you talked about it
Here's when
today,
she made a
Kat, with
video.
that
It
video
says,
you played, which
it was
is really good.
Kazbat's video here. And she said, she posted a rant after Sakura Girl's comment and quickly deleted it before I could screenshot it. But she claimed a bovine is threatening her with death. I dumped a clip out in public just now with her voice slowed down to avoid immediate strikes. But whatever people will see, it's before it is taken down. She is a really sick biztich. Biztch.
So she's so hell-bent on clip channels showing private messages from X-Ramblers, showing proof, and she's showing messages and not in a way to slander, like intentionally with malice. She's doing this out of malice. There's a difference. Where like Hell to the No channel is doing it as far as to help understand why people left, and they're defending themselves, which they have every right to. Her, Merb, on the other hand, it is doing this out of pure malice. From 18 months ago.
And then she said, Kaz is losing her shite. Oops. And it's the exact oops that she does with me with the same little emoji.
Nobody
she just
has
heard
that.
a fair use drop. OMG. Else. And then she loves the emojis. And then she said, I'll post it unlisted. And she put Kazbat's video, the one she made about leaving the Ramblers back then, and she said, Moo here, I do believe it's time to make use of the full-throated endorsement of the wonderful MRB community.
Can I ask you something, Kazbat? If you, I'm just hypothetically, if you went over there and said, hey, I want a link because what you're saying isn't true, would she let you up? Or is she that controlling that it'd be like, no, the stage is mine?
As herself. Okay?
Yeah.
Then she said, this is Moose speaking.
No, she's not.
I saw that just before I
it.
fell asleep and started
it.
to watch. She's comment quoting people who supposedly bashed her. This is in a video that Kazbat made. But I didn't finish watching because I knew I'd never sleep.
Blah, blah, blah.
Once I got to the Moo parts, I think it's members only. I'm technically a member until March 11th, after which my access to Kaz's infinite wisdom is cut off. The day cannot come soon enough.
The street's still dirty.
My thing is like this. I gotta wait for it to.
Just like you do the friggin' lake.
Okay, so Moo says, suddenly Heather reactivated her Facebook. I was shocked because I was still her friend. I blocked her immediately.
No, this is all you
Wonder
got.
if she regrets anything. I doubt it. I'm trying to get to the message where you.
What is this proof anyway? What is it proof, Merp?
How she.
Nothing.
Kissed. She has a description here
You're
that she puts
your
in
own
her video,
channel.
and I hope I didn't go past it already.
And doing this on the anniversary, the 4th anniversary of the Watts case family. Way to go. True friend. Yeah.
Who's this? Oh, this is about crafty peeps when it comes
today.
across that she's just a biatch. Okay. She wants real subscribers.
This is so juvenile. This is so juvenile. Give us something really good, Nerd. Give us something good. Give us some shock value. Don't answer me. They're. Don't feel bad for herself. Her presence.
Okay, I think
They're
we can
willing participants. Okay, they're willing participants. Don't feel bad. Nobody forced them to go over
Oh,
there.
this is when she's talking about dreaming, replying to her video and all of that. But here it is. Here it is. Here's something I actually wrote for specifics. Oh, no, hold on. That's not the one. It's coming on it. Let me see. As it goes off to the side, and it's what she put under the video.
You can take a link if you want to. Sunflower, good comment.
Hold on, it's still.
Yeah, it's called discarding somebody. I hear you. How's it gonna? Yep.
Believe it or not, this is still the same day, but I'm scrolling through all the stuff. Still, this is March 4th of 2021. Okay, we're getting there. Hang on.
Not fast enough, Mark.
Okay. Lou
Wasn't it
said,
Paisley?
did you read the full description? I wrote it myself in my feeble, broken sentences.
She told Marie Osmond, she just needs to leave me alone. Like, I don't think Marie Osmond is bothering you, Merb. No. Wishful thinking.
5,000 characters of it.
325.
The description is, I think it's coming. I think it's up here now. Oh, she said, this is the full description in my latest video. The video's title is Into the Garden of Shadows. Is from a song Kaz sang at Halloween and posted on her channel. So let's see, it's right here.
Super chat.
Here it is.
It's funny.
And this is what I'm going to read you verbatim. Okay? This is their video description. She says, this video is dedicated to my friends.
And said, this is their video description. Held the cell phone up for like not even 2 seconds.
Carolyn, Scooter, Lisa D, and this was public, and Mama Ames, 4 of the kindest people I know. As for those of you in your new YouTube therapy group,
that was 10 days before dreaming
by those renowned therapists, White Tiger and Fluttermiss.
Hey,
Fluttermiss is what Casbat changed her name to. Here's a little message for you.
Casbat has a message for you. I just pinned it. Let me go back. Because I believe one of you are blocked, or let me go find it. She says, I can't see Bitey because I have her blocked. Just let her know I get it. I understand what's happening here, and none of this is concerning me. So that was a message, Bitey Cat, from Casbat.
I heard leakage from the Bat Cave that I'm too, what did she put? I'm too addled to put out my videos by myself, and that I can't even write my own material or comments. So hope you'll be patient with me as I try to get someone to post a video from my cramped backyard, and I attempt to communicate with you in the very basic broken sentences that are a key feature of my weak and shattered personality.
You're welcome to take a link if you want, if anybody wants.
Sincerely hope that you poor damaged souls find a way to recover from the grave injury that was done to you by your having voluntarily gone up on a YouTube panel month after month, where you were all given a chance to laugh, cry, and tell your stories, and where you received heartfelt support night after night. Such soul-crushing torment. Of course, the attention given you was definitely not enough.
So she puts in her own context to comment. So in other words, like, she's the narrator. She's done that with her true crime cases too. Like the woman who killed her husband in the kitchen. I forget that case in Florida. She hated the woman and thought she was guilty from the get-go before it even went to trial, or the first day of trial. And she was reading from the woman's diary or a text or something, and being very vicious and condescending, as if, this is how that person spoke. And then the next day she was like, after that person who killed her husband took the stand in defense of herself. She's like, "Oh, I really like her." And she's doing it here again. She's reading other people's messages and putting her own context, her sound to it, like, you know, bitchy. It was just something I noticed
So
about
the
her.
severe trauma of not receiving sufficient airtime during your months of laughing and pretending you were enjoying the camaraderie totally broke you. Anyone would understand that. And she puts all these hysterically laughing emojis. She loves the emojis, the scream and the laughing. Clearly, the remedy for that was to go into the extreme privacy of another public YouTube channel to whine and commiserate about
Oh my God.
It's
She's just.
that I live in a secure attack is in fact one of the kindest and most graciously forgiving people I have ever had the privilege to meet. You'll be blessed if you ever meet anyone that decent in your own pitiful lives. Look, I know you guys are only in a mobbing cult because it's helping you heal. But since I don't actually belong to a cult myself, but now she does, right? This wasn't
Casbat, I've explained that to the chat a few times. Yeah, do not resist the urge to take this seriously. This woman is gossiping in her kitchen, tittle tatting out of spite. If any actions here were serious, she would legally oblige to disclose them. Exactly. You are exactly right. And this is what narcissists do. And as I explained it, this is her perception, as screwed up as it is. These are all those thoughts that come into our heads that do not define us. Okay, sometimes we think crazy things that, like, what, I would never do that, but you feel like, oh, you know, Carolyn is the type, her brain is like Velcro. No matter what thoughts, her imagination that she, creates in her own head, she puts it out there, and it's craziness. It's like opening up someone's brain and letting everything spill out, and nothing makes sense. Nothing. So yeah, don't get yourselves worked up. Um,
became an issue when she flipped the freak out in that Zoom that she likes to mention, where I was at one of my lowest points and she accused me of being a faker, told me I couldn't have a nervous breakdown, only she could. And she screamed like a banshee.
Awesome.
Okay? Yeah.
This is like the nagging wife. Nah, 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 nah. And when the husband's like, yes, dear. Yes, dear. Yes, dear. Mm-hmm. 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 This is all she's doing is nagging. Nagging.
Yeah. Then she screamed, "You never offended me." I said, "What are you talking about?" She started to
Let's
talk
listen
about
to that
double means, and
again.
she accused me of being a faker, told me I couldn't have a nervous breakdown, only she could. And she screamed like a banshee. Okay? Yeah. Yeah.
Like you do, Merv?
Then she screamed, "You never offended me." I said, "What are you talking about?" She started to talk about Diane's channel. And
Does Merv forget her iPhone? Lost my iPhone. Does Merv forget screaming at Natasha Cooper? Hello? Like,
Diane's channel going against her. I told her I didn't even watch Diane's channel. Why are you yelling?
if you don't watch Diane's channel, then why did you comment about her at the beginning of your live stream? Why did you make reference? If you don't watch her, shut up, Merb.
At me. I'm not responding to any of these people.
That's right. Say it to
She
my face.
screamed that I didn't defend her. Why would I? I'm not responding to these people. They say lies. Instead, I wrote her two beautiful texts telling her that forget these people. You're better than these people. You're just going to give them airtime, and you can't do that. Just forget them. Well, she came, and in that meeting, screamed, and then told Scooter.
It is sometimes.
And then
it is
wrote
funny
in a chat the next
to listen
day
to her.
that I basically, okay, was lying about how low I was, was
No,
lying that I was that low.
She has no self-awareness whatsoever. It doesn't exist.
The audacity. But then mentioned something called a hot mic. And that day you had me on a hot mic. Nobody had you on a hot mic. And you know it. You joked with Scooter about it. You never mentioned a thing. You knew it.
But you won't let Scooter speak for herself. Way to go. Hey, Bridget.
And we're going to show it to everybody.
Oh,
But we're going to first look about how you got Ned and Patty to lie for you. And you both went on there lying and slandering me.
Go ahead. She going to show something? Let's go. Let's go.
You meant everything that's happened.
Let's go. Jasmine.
Remember which one?
Put your shit together, Carolyn. Come on. You make it or break it right here. Not.
It's this one. No, I don't think it's that. I think it's this one. I think it's this one. I'm just catching up with the start Tuesday's live now because I only got home towards the end. And oh, my dear friend, Nana Patty, thank you so much for standing up for me when no one else would. No one should ever suffer the humiliation of being called to a private emotional venting meeting, only to find out that it's being broadcast widely for someone else's amusement. I'm so grateful that you have started this beautiful channel where old friends can relax together, new friends can meet, and we can all get to know each other for who we really are. Ugh.
So basically, she's showing messages from other people for which she's bitched at other people for showing private messages. I don't know what to say. I can't wrap my brain around people like this. Not always. I'm pretty good at picking out people like this as far as to stay away from them. That's why I never interacted with her, because I saw the red flags a long time ago. I just never knew what they really were. But there was something about it. And even when I made the video when she lost her son, I made a beautiful memorial video. I put a lot of time and effort into it, and I never sent it. And that's not like me at all. But there was something in my gut that said, hold on to it, don't send it. And so she's basically doing what she's upset with everyone else for doing. So I don't know how to answer to that. Sorry. She's basically doing what she's upset with. All right, I'm going to stop the screen. What am I doing here? Oh, okay, hold on. Got lost for a second. All right, so now she's got 357 people in there. They're dropping off. No, no proof. Another bust.
YouTube channel, your channel, YouTube. Is it on YouTube? Shorts, Explore Library.
It's really weird that she really thinks that this is an accomplishment. Blows my mind.
Okay, I'll just search for it.
But she really thinks she's like selling her case. Can you imagine her in court? She'd be crushed.
Okay, it's this one. Hey, Chelsea. I missed you. I was just thinking.
This is the life this woman who's got 2 young children lives. This is her life. It's really, I'm just thinking right now, looking at her, like, and she's got young children. I just, it's pitiful. It's almost like you want to pity her, but at the same time, she can piss you off, and she's dangerous. But it's like I've never seen anyone like this in my life, even in my real life, like live like this. Of course, I'm careful about the people I associate with, but
Come on. Come on.
all right, what is she showing
Get
now?
over there. Uh-oh.
I'm going to be careful what I show because oh, she's showing the video with her holding the picture of her son. Okay. Remember that video? Yeah, she runs her Zoom 24 hours now.
Hold on a second. Let me just see.
That is definitely internet addiction. Because now, whether she's there or not, she's running it. Like she just wants those people in there. And that's an escalation of addiction to social media. I consider Zoom part of social media. That's definitely an addiction, part of the addiction. That doesn't surprise me. She's playing her video of her holding up the picture of her son. I'm not even going to show it. You know, Merb, let your son rest in peace for the love of God. For the love of God. Oh, link, it's pinned, isn't it? No? Is the link pinned? All right. I'll post it. It's okay. Give me a second. I'm sorry. I stopped reading chat for a second. Paste.
Before. Yeah. And I'm not going to apologize for it.
I'm not even going to play that part. Okay? This is the part where she's got the picture of her son. I mean, let that soul rest in peace. You're unbelievable. How you could even, oh, I just posted it, so you're unbelievable, Merv. You are unbelievable. In fact, I'm gonna plug in my cell phone. Give me a second. Yeah, I'm not gonna play what she's playing. It's very disrespectful to her son, who was deceased. I'm not going there. Not going there. Ain't gonna fall into your trap. Not like that, Carolyn. No way. No way. You're welcome, Jenny. Yeah, no. It's just a rabbit hole. She's taking people down. All about her. All about her. You're right. You're right, Jamie. It is very sad, Jenny. It's very sad. I've just never met anyone like this. Hi, Buddy Cat. Nice to meet you.
Hi, how are you? It's so nice to meet you.
I'm good. Thanks for coming up.
I am so grateful for this opportunity. If you guys could go to my community page, which thanks to Carolyn, I earned because of her, what she's been doing to. When you hear what this creature, well, you can see what she's been doing to me. This is what she has been threatening to do to me all along. I am not her henchman.
Yeah.
I never did her shit. I just listened to her, the way she cried when she lost her cell phone. I can't imitate it, but you heard it. This is how she makes people, she allows us to feel, and not think. It's sort of like, oh, of course, yes, I'll do that. Of course. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Pornographers played all that. They said that they're going to SF your son and name the name. Those things she plays on her. Have you heard those? She plays calls that come in.
Yes. Yeah.
And
So
she plays those, and then she tells Jimmy, "Oh no, let it play." And no, it doesn't matter
yeah.
because they'll just spoof. They'll just change the number. Let's all hear while someone says pornographic things about her son.
Yeah, yeah. That's interesting because especially, when she would get these prank calls or threatening her or whatever, and the
Yeah,
fact that she has children, I'll tell you something, that as my children are grown, but, I have boundaries and if my life was in that much, even as a prank call, the safety of my family would come first, not YouTube.
exactly.
Ever.
And
I
and
would do
normal,
whatever it would take to protect my
right.
family.
And
Yeah,
normally you would call the FBI and they would come over so fast.
absolutely.
But
Absolutely.
not Carolyn. Why? Could it be that then they would find out where the calls really came from? Sorry,
Right.
I have to drink my iced coffee. One sec.
That's all
Mm,
right. Take your time, and if someone else wants to come up because I was
Uh,
never a rambler ever, so
oh,
there might be
thank
a lot
God
of
for you.
places
You
where
have.
I'm not familiar with what's going on, so if someone else is who wants to come up and help
Well.
support Bitey, yeah.
Oh, Pink Lady Luck, could I ask you to go to my community page, which is entirely provided by Carolyn? Sorry for my voice.
That's okay, hold on.
Because thanks to her, I was never a YouTuber. Never. She turned my life into a misery. And I can prove it. She's going to show you little clips. She thought she was humiliating me by displaying my nervous breakdown because she thinks that's funny. I'm really sorry that Scooter did what she did to me because Carolyn, I'm going to say it now, Scooter, sorry, but man, I'm shocked. This was my friend when they were at the Ruseks. Carolyn went ice cold on Scooter. She forced her to take down all of her beach videos. And I'm only saying the Scooter, man, you just threw me under the bus. So I'm going to tell you your secret because I was, and the secret is that Carolyn threw her under the bus. She didn't want anyone to know that. She did not want anyone to know. And no one, she's another person who is escaped, someone that Carolyn's spouting all over the place about. Two
Mhm.
of us were holding Scooter up. She was destroyed. She had to drive all the way from the Ruseks, the cabin, that very nice cabin that they provided for everyone. Carolyn went ice cold on her there. She went nuts on her, cut her off, and sent her home. She had to drive all the way from North Carolina back to Indiana with this secret. She didn't tell Lexi, she didn't tell her daughter. And sorry, Scooter, but man, I cannot believe that. Anyway, but this is what it's like in Carolynville. And since you're a public figure, Carolyn, let's use your real name. It's Carolyn Kavarnos. And you sign all your letters with it, and you're a public figure with a platform of 8,000 people, but you've decided to come in and dox me, destroy my life, talk about personal texts that we had, call me a dirtbag. So I've posted. I wonder, Pink Lady, my voice is really bad,
That's
but
okay. Get something to drink.
no, it's
I'm looking at your community post.
oh,
If,
can you go to the first, the one
yeah,
underneath, and start with the first one? This
sure.
is the actual conversation, and
Yeah.
compare that
And
to what that.
Carolyn has shown her last name. I mean,
Yeah, I
she's
know.
put it out
I'm
there,
not
so it's
protecting
not
that.
doxing.
I'm
No.
not. I'm not protecting that bitch.
Okay.
Sorry,
So
am I allowed to say bitch on here?
yeah. So I'll read it. Rest your voice. Get a drink.
Okay,
Here. Here.
start with losers. It's that one. I don't know if I published them in order.
Yeah. So you write, here are my real words. I was hiding from the avalanche of misery
Wait,
caused.
is that the? Oh yeah. Okay, I can't see it. So yes, that's it.
Okay. Can you guys see it on the screen? Yeah. Okay. So here are my real words. I was hiding from the avalanche of misery caused directly by Carolyn, the public figure who throws subs under the bus. Merb, the self-serving liar. So it says, which one are you? The
Okay,
white or the blue?
the gray, this one saying losers is Carolyn saying she's saying that the people who made my family channel impossible to watch are losers. That's
Okay.
her, and I'm in blue.
All right. So you write, I I have told people, but it's just like with you folks insist on telling you anyway. I usually
Oh,
ignore.
the context was she said before that she had said stop going to the channels that are trashing you,
Okay.
because people were calling me her henchman, saying that I called people's offices. It was and I was like, where would people get that idea? And it was only later that I realized that Carolyn was telling people that I called people's offices. I don't even order pizza by the phone. If I can't get it on an app, I just go to another place. And she had me calling people's offices. And anyway, so that's the context. Is I said I can't, you know, I woke up in another chat. I'm not going to name the person. They were they not doxing. They were dragging me because they had information that was really fed out of the Carolyn machine,
Mm.
and I've never understood it. It was like all I ever did. I'm a genealogist. I mean, it's a freelance thing. I'm a genealogist, and then she's blasting me for something I said about a hole I found in security at my job, as though I'm guilty. All I did was find a hole, and and then one jerk there, because there's always some jerk, and they said, You could be in trouble for finding the security breach." And I said, oh, okay. But what I did was I contacted the people at my office. I notified them of the breach. She's making it sound now like I'm some criminal. This is what she's been doing to me
Yeah, she
for 2
embellishes
years.
completely, not even embellishes, she creates.
She's disgusting. Anyway, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. If you could just read that, I'll shut up.
Yeah. So I've told people, this is in your words to Carolyn, I've told people, but it's just like with you, folks insist on telling you anyway. I usually ignore that crap, stop watching any of it long ago, but I'm not a YouTuber and I don't need to keep the quote moo identity end quote alive. That's my real point here. And then with that's my real point here. With broadcasting moved to as a chief henchman who calls people's jobs, it's really just too much for me or for anyone else in my family. It's not a big deal. I'll invent a new ID for going on YouTube that's not associated with my family or with my personal life. That was June 20th.
I'm
Okay.
I'm not sure. No, there were five of them,
Oh, I see. Oh,
and
okay.
then the
Hold
last
on.
one
That's
above.
right. All right, let's go back to the first one. Okay. All right, let me start over. The first one, I'm not a YouTuber, and I don't need to keep the Moo identity alive. That's my real point here.
I think
Carolyn,
you have to expand them, I think.
Carolyn responds,
Can you click it and see if there's more?
yeah, I am. Carolyn responds, you say you, don't let these losers intimidate you. You are much too good for that, and I need your address again, LOL. Finally, shipping stuff. You respond, oh gosh, there's no winning involved. I'm not something Apple Music, Google, or YouTube Premium.
Oh no, you have to click it so the whole thing shows. They're long.
Yeah, I am.
The image itself. Oh shoot. Well, you know what? If people go
Yeah,
and
I am, but it's not.
no, I meant they can see it if they expand them on the page. You don't have to go through this. I don't want to make you do it. But when people, I just want it there so people can see what I actually said, because she completely lied. She said something I had to go like I'm some sneaky person. And
No,
wait,
there.
no, you
Okay. Yeah, so if you go over to Bitey's page, if you can drop her link again, all the messages are there. Did I lose her? Hello? Can you guys hear me? Awful. Can you guys hear me? Okay, thank you. Yeah, it's Bitey. If anyone, I know it's linked to the top, but I'll put it in here too. If anyone wants to take a link, if you want to help support Bitey or have something you want to talk to her. Awful, awful, awful. She dropped. Okay, Bitey, you dropped. So, you're still in the green room.
am I here now?
Yeah, there
Oh,
you
I'm
are.
sorry. I think when
That's
I went,
okay.
I guess I can't go to the photos and lose everything. But if people just expand them so they can read the whole thing, what I was
Yeah,
trying to explain to her was that the constant, all of that shit. And the thing is that, sorry for my mouth, Casbat and Evie and we all understand what she did to us. We've gone past it, but what she's trying to do is dig up all of the personal stuff and bring it up as though we, like the grown-ups that we are, hadn't got past it. And the thing is with Carolyn, she never gets past anything ever.
yeah.
And so I want people to see what I actually said, that she's turning into something nefarious. And the other thing, and I'd like to, Pink Lady Luck, if I may.
You can just call me Pink. Yeah.
Okay, Pink,
Okay.
if I may use your nice channel to make this announcement, now that Carolyn has broken all confidentiality, which for me is very important, because unlike Carolyn, who sits in her chair all day long and brays at people, I actually worked all my life and I
Mhm.
had an honorable career, and I did not have trouble with people at work for the 40 years that I worked in New York, until I got a narcissistic boss who was a lot like Carolyn. And that woman
Yeah.
used to, she
Mhm.
disliked other women. And my coworker, I was never fired. I never got less than an excellent review. I never had a problem. It was this woman, and she had my coworker escorted out of the building by policemen because she didn't like her either. So everybody's saying, "Oh, Moo, nobody gets along with her." You know what? I get along with my ex-husband, and his entire extended family. I don't have problems with people, you know? We had a
Right,
bad
and
divorce.
I've noticed with Carolyn that she'll even, criticize her own family members on live streams,
Oh
get
my
into,
God.
like, their a gambling problem,
It's,
losing their
it's,
house, and, I mean, who does that if
oh,
you don't do that,
no, it's horrifying. And so she's up there.
publicly.
She's
Yeah,
been trying to humiliate me. Nothing she says has any meaning because she's such a known liar. When you start to see the thing, what she wrote to Muppets, and she said, "Oh, Moo violated my what?" So here she is exposing all of this. She gets Scooter to share the texts. Well, Scooter, guess what? You left all those voicemails about what Carolyn, the voice texts about what Carolyn did to you and how your life was in the toilet. And I'm sitting there, trying to help you. So, but anyway, I'm digressing. But what I would like to say, if you don't mind me using your channel, Pink, is that Carolyn, dear, now that you have broken all sense of confidentiality that goes along with professional careers such as the one I had that allowed me to get where I am and retire without, being a burden on my kids. And so she thinks I'm not respectable. Okay. So, oh God, I completely lost it. Okay. I
Mhm,
lost the thread. Oh, what I'd like to announce is that all of the years I worked as a professional, there's something called confidentiality. And
right,
when you are in a boardroom and you are working with other professionals, it does not matter what went on in there, it doesn't leave the boardroom.
exactly.
When you quit your
Mhm,
job, and I never signed an NDA in my life, it wasn't necessary. When I left my job, I did all of my work and I left with my head held high. My coworkers were delighted. The only person who had any shame by the time I left was my bad boss because she had mishandled everything. So they took my databases away from her and moved them to the professionals that I'd been working with. So while Carolyn is busy slandering me and who I do and do not get along with, I had a career and she doesn't. So now
mhm,
that she's broken the one of the biggest rules, which is you don't share your shit with people. You
no,
just don't. You let it
right.
go. That's why I'm shocked at you, Scooter. I'm so disappointed because I loved you, but I'm not going to cry about it. It's sad. That you would share texts. It's just unbelievable to me. But anyway,
It's the betrayal is something else, isn't it?
yeah,
You don't
yeah.
know what's worse than the lies, I think
Oh man.
is the
Well, but
betrayal of a friendship, yeah,
Carolyn did us a huge favor tonight because by spreading my stuff all out where everybody could see it, have her narrating it with her sick mind, what she has done is she has now removed all confidentiality between us. And now I am free because I was a mod. Not only was I mod, but Lisa D and I were mods in her secret mod chat. And the secret mod chat had only 4 people. And I'm not going to throw the other 4 under the bus. I mean, there were 6. There was Lisa D, me, and 4 others.
mhm,
And I do not have a beef with any of them. I do not have a beef with Scooter apart from thinking maybe Carolyn, I don't know what she did to Scooter that would make her do that to me because Scooter and I were buddies. We were texting all the time.
sad.
And
It's
but you
sad,
know what? I still can't blame Scooter because this is what Carolyn does.
yeah,
She holds things over people. And it's always the threat. And she's been screaming, oh, I never said I'd burn her. She pulls this literal crap. Like, I didn't use the words burn her or I'll destroy her life. But the fact is that she threatens to burn you to the ground and destroy your life. I don't need the semantics of which words she used. So, Carolyn,
It
now that you've
yeah.
broken our confidentiality, you have given me a release to now for all of us, not just me, but all of the screenshots of what you did to hide what you were doing, all of that stuff where you were in there saying, "Oh my God," she's showing that picture of her son, and all of at night she was screaming and screaming and screaming and screaming.
Mhm.
So I don't want to go into detail about that because I have a special video for you, Carolyn. I'll save that. But that night that she was screaming and screaming and getting us all worked up because she's such a victim, screaming naked, I scream like a banshee. Gosh, Carolyn. So she's so ridiculous. Okay, so during all of this, she's in there losing her shit because people are finding stuff out. She's in there deleting stuff as fast as she can.
Yeah.
The whole business with the dolls, everything that you tried to hide, Carolyn, all we asked was let us go. We don't want to be with you anymore. Then she publishes this thing, or she sends out, no, she didn't publish it. It was this bullshit where she's saying, now they're all against me. They planned this months ago. They're plotting with Casbet and Evie and Ivy Lynn. And we hadn't been in touch with any of them. I didn't have any problem with them at that point. I was thinking, man, they were right all this time. I'm going to have to apologize like mad to everybody because they had it nailed. And here I was, doing her bidding, like, oh, sure, you need a report. Yeah, okay. Okay.
Mhm.
And wait till you find out. Oh my God. Right now I feel very protective of one of the people, but, she's trying to claim that I was going after my friend. Um, and what happened was that I don't want to go into too much detail because it's not fair to speak of this person who's extremely. It was very upsetting what Carolyn did,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
the thing is, it was so funny to have her playing my nervous breakdown last night. I thought, wow, I'm so glad I'm not having nervous breakdown anymore because that would destroy me. And what's funny about it is, I think she thought it would destroy me, but she doesn't understand that that's what happened. When you are having a nervous breakdown, even though all those people sitting up on the panel that used to call me sweetie and be my friend, and they're all up there like feasting on my old nervous breakdown from whenever that. I mean, isn't that kind of appalling that they?
Yeah, and what I try to figure out with like narcissist or whatever she is, and maybe Casbat can answer this. So I know like the world tends to, they want the world to revolve around them, right? They don't take
Right.
responsibility, but is their goal also to conquer and destroy? Because a narcissist, in my understanding, um, wants that person in their life to control, but yet they try to seek and destroy to almost like to get them out. So that's what confuses me with her. Like, what is her goal? Carolyn's goal.
I
Is it
you know
all
I
about her, or is it just truly to seek and destroy other people?
You know what? I think the problem that we've had with her is that we attribute our intellectualization of things where we're trying to say, I wonder what's behind this. And what we're dealing with here is a shark. She's a
Mhm.
shark. She's just an eating and destroying machine. That's all she does. When
Yeah,
when her kids, I was watching, I don't want to talk about our beautiful children because the beautiful children are
right.
one
Yep.
of the things where her emotional stuff works so well. But what I started to say, so I don't sound like I'm being a creep, and I'll be misquoted later by she mentioned my children. Oh my God, no, it's that when your child comes up to you and you lean backward, and when your dog licks you in the face and you lean away and don't want the dog, there are people who pull away from love, and this woman is a shark. She does not love anyone. what you watched her do tonight to me, it's not even to me. She's using me as the target, but I'm not what she's talking about. She's drawing up this whole scenario about a
Yeah, it
person.
was, I'll admit it, it was tough when I first started to, just play her audio. Um, as it was going on further, it was getting more. I'm telling people not to get too upset that this is what she does. But then when she started sharing those messages and just her narrative, her tone, that very condescending, and it really started to bother
Oh,
me. It
she,
wasn't about who she was going after. It was just a
yeah.
little bit of it was, but it was about her, and it's just like I have to shut this off. I can't.
Oh, it's really, it's very difficult. And when I told her in the text, I mean, my texts are right there. And you know what's so funny? The text she's saying, and Evie said that she said bad things about Carolyn. Do you know that one of the things that the rules that we try to stick to, and this really helped Carolyn a lot, was that we siloed our texts. We did not cross talk. And Evie and I knew that. I mean, Evie, when Evie and I used to text, we had the best texts in the world. We had so much fun till this dumbass, really began to turn people, get people suspicious and stuff. But there was only one time I ever, because it was something I always said, I'm not talking about the channel. Nope. Not my business. I'm not a YouTuber. I'm a sub. So don't ask me about if you have questions, but it's not my channel. I'm not going to talk about Carolyn. If you have something to say, go talk to someone else. I'm not going there. And that everybody knew that. We didn't cross talk about her. Now I wish we had. But
Yeah.
so here's what I said to Evie, and Evie will remember this. She said something like, well, you have to admit that, because she didn't pressure me. She wasn't going to keep saying, look, we have to talk about Carolyn. She was saying, I know you don't want to talk about that. And I respect it. I'm paraphrasing. It's more of the spirit of it. So, what happened was, back when there was that ridiculous Truthy Magoo thing, Carolyn said something where she made some comparison. I don't even remember it. I can go look it up, but it's not worth it. It's kind of not the
Yeah,
point.
yeah.
But it was something about Truthy Magoo, who had, you know, done all this crazy stuff. And Carolyn, in some way, compared Casbat to Truthy Magoo. I'm sorry, I keep swallowing well.
Don't
So
apologize. It's okay. Take your time.
now the problem is I'm half lying down, so it makes me make rude swallowing noise. Hold on, let me get some water.
That's all right. If anyone
Hold on.
else wants to come up, um,
So
let's give hints.
the only thing I said to Evie, and this is what Carolyn's saying, and she said whatever the hell I don't know what she said earlier. There was one paragraph. Evie said, you have to admit that what she did, comparing Casbat to Truthy Magoo, was awful. And I said something like, oh my God, okay, yeah, it was terrible. It's like when you see, your good friend, and this was when Evie and I were both relatively friendly with, I mean, she wasn't an enemy of Carolyn. She was just screwed by her. So she wasn't an enemy, though. She had been a really good friend. And so I said, yes, you're right. What she said about comparing Casbat to Truthy Magoo. I said it was, I was basically cringing. So I admitted that. And I said, oh my gosh. I said, it's that terrible feeling when you see a friend of yours self-immolate. And that is
Mhm.
all I said about Carolyn. That is all.
Yeah.
But
Mhm.
my fear of her finding out, she's making it sound like, oh my God, they're in there saying bad things about Scooter. Well, wait till I tell you what I said about Scooter. But the Carolyn part, what people don't understand is that simply saying a sentence like that, which was the truth. I was watching my non-friend Carolyn self-immolate, and it made me cringe, and I admitted that, and I said it to Evie. So when the thought that that might become public, I knew that Carolyn would come after me with hot tongs. And so I was afraid. And I think now that you know how Carolyn works, that simply saying, my gosh, I feared for my friend Carolyn because she said something really stupid that was going to bite her in the butt. And that alone is enough for, if Carolyn hears about that, you are the next meal. You're on the menu. And when I say you're on her menu, look what she tried to do to me tonight. Now, here's what I said about Scooter. Do you know how hard I had to search? Because I said, what in the hell did I ever say about Scooter? Because, you know, I guess in the Discord where all this stuff was being said, and the thing, I don't object to what happened in Discord, except that it could be seen everybody could see it. That's another
Yeah.
story. And Carolyn rewrote that story. As though I forced all these, as though I forced information on her that she wasn't, she was like using all of this stuff. Um,
There's
you
a
know,
question from J May. Was it an intervention after the beach trip?
I've heard that. I don't know anything about it because I wasn't involved in the beach trip. And to tell you the truth, when people read the actual texts that I wrote to her that she lied about, those 6 texts, um, I think I even mentioned in the text that I'm saying to her, I had to pull away. I couldn't call in anymore because people would come, you know, people would ridicule me. They'd live stream me. I couldn't
Mhm.
take it. I'm still not a YouTuber. All I did was put out some facts, but I'm not, I don't, I just want to be let alone. I don't want to, I have other, more interested in writing and languages, learning languages and stuff. So I don't know. God, I'm getting derailed. Sorry about that. See, this is why I'm not a YouTuber. I can't.
Cats,
Good
cat,
topic.
Casbat has you're doing you're doing great. Casbat has a good point that this stuff is from a year ago. If Carolyn was so shocked about it, seems odd she didn't say anything until revenge was a motive. LOL. That's
Oh,
very true.
exactly. Yeah, Caspat, you nailed it. Yep. No, that's the thing is she saves stuff, and it's almost like in a bank. When she saves shit on you, it builds up interest. She doesn't know much about money, but she does know about revenge, and she stores it. And you know, people would talk about me being, oh, I'm her henchman, and you know, and I don't mean to mock them because they were working with bad information.
Yeah.
I retired in 2018 November,
Good for
and
you.
thank you. And I never turned on a Windows PC again. I walked out of my office. I have a bunch of PCs because it was my career, and I didn't want to touch a computer. I just wanted to chill out, and I never
Yeah.
turned a PC on again. All I have is my iPad, my iPhone, and a little Mac laptop, and I don't even know Macs because I'm a PC person. I never turned one on again. So people say, "Oh, Move Two has all these spreadsheets." I haven't looked at an Excel spreadsheet since I retired. I have not
Right.
even looked at one. I didn't want to. So the spreadsheets are Carolyn's. The IP addresses that she collects on people, they don't understand when they go into Carolyn's Slack. She collects. She can the IP address that when they go in, they go in under a screen name. Nobody has, and it's like, oh, you know, you don't have to use your real name. Well, guess what? When you go in there, there are people, they don't want you to know even what state they live in or whether they're what country or,
Do,
you know, there are
do
people who say,
you
I'd rather,
know what she's doing with these IP addresses? Like,
what, well, what she does is I'm not saying that she is interested in every person, but
right.
but the point is that when she decides to do what she did to me, which is just try to burn my the rest of my soul to the ground by exposing me with her twisted. Isn't she a sick bitch?
Yeah.
God. But what the
Putting it
problem is,
mildly.
the problem is when you accumulate this much revenge in the bank, it builds interest. And then when you cross her, and you don't have to do much. This is why that one paragraph that I said about Truthy Magoo and Casbat, I was afraid she'd use it against me. And look, she just proved it. Did you hear her do that to me tonight? She
Yeah.
did it.
But
And I've got to tell you what I said about Scooter, because I had to go, man, I had to really look for that, because I thought, when did I ever say anything bad about Scooter? It's kind of like, I couldn't think of it. And do you know what it was? At least it's the only thing I could find. Because there was nothing, but it was the one thing, was that somebody asked me a question about Scooter. And I didn't want to say, well, blah, 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 blah. So what I said was, I don't really know. She's hard for me to read. She tends to play things close to the chest. So sue me. That's what I said about Scooter, Carolyn. Isn't that terrible? It's so scandalous. Now,
so these IP addresses, do you think she's just using it as just
oh,
ammunition? I mean, she's not going to. I mean,
I,
what can she do with it legally? Nothing.
no, it's not a legal thing, but I want people to know that if you go into Carolyn's Slack, you cannot edit your own private DMs.
Right. Yeah.
If you don't want anyone to know that you live in the state of Kansas, you will not have that secret. She'll know not only that you live in Kansas, she'll know that you live in Emporia, Kansas. And she will know from mine, I don't keep it a secret. I live in St. Augustine, Florida. She will have an IP address
It's
that,
beautiful there, by the
oh
way.
my gosh, it's
I
heaven.
have kin that live in Jacksonville, so
Oh
uh,
yeah,
not too far. Yeah.
that's right up the road. That's where my lovely plumbers came from to to replace my water heater that went yesterday. No, Jacksonville is just up it's about.
Oh, Kit Kat, that's awesome. Yes, yeah. So without can you touch upon what you know of how that visit with Sandy went in North Carolina without talking about Sandy, but
Well,
just
you know what? I only, for me it's hearsay because I was not there,
right.
and
Yeah.
the I I'm not gonna betray Scooter by telling you what she told me,
Yeah. So yeah, somebody asked in the chat. So
but what I
yeah.
could say is that, I mean, the people who were there were Carolyn, and she's a really reliable source. Check with her first, okay? God. She doesn't like that I like smiley faces. What's wrong with her? She's so grumpy. uh, so the four people that were there were Lisa. I'm not doxing anybody. It was Lisa D was driving Carolyn, because she can't drive unless she has to be like in her own city. I'm not her city, for God forbid. She has to be in her own um, quarter of a zip code. It's out of there, she
Yeah,
just
yeah.
freaks the hell out. So it was Lisa D driving Carolyn everywhere, and then it was Scooter and Lexi. So those were the four who were there. So I can't speak for any of them, but what I would suggest, I mean, it's up to Lisa D. It's none of us ever were planning to tell stories about any of this. Oh, and to get back to J. May, I don't know anything about an intervention. I just don't know, because if there was an intervention, it didn't work.
Uh, exactly.
So I don't know where that came from. And I mean, I'm not saying it's wrong, but I've heard it, but I don't even know where it came from. But um and I can't speak secondhand. What I do know is that um that poor Scooter was not, Scooter had such nice videos of the beach thing, and she wasn't, Carolyn wouldn't allow her to leave them up. They all had to be taken down. And it's a real loss because those were records of a vacation. And Scooter's story can't be told because Carolyn was afraid that someone would see her as a person who's her age, who is built like a normal person her age, and that's not acceptable for her. I mean, she was freaked the hell out because there was I guess it was on Hell to the No. There was a video, a still shot of her from the rear, and she's not 27. She's just a person who looks how she looks at her age. She's nothing.
Right,
But
right.
she went out of her mind. She went out of her mind. She threw Scooter under the bus. Scooter had to drive all the way back to, sorry, Scooter, but you did this. She had to drive all the way back to Indiana holding that secret. And she only told two friends. I was one of those friends. And we would, try to hold her up. And Carolyn wouldn't speak to her. She cut her cold, cut her off like she was dead.
It's too bad, that Scooter, it seems that she lacks a lot of self-respect, respect for herself and
Well,
worth and self-love, that
well,
she would put someone like Merv ahead of her own self-respect and regard and her integrity. Because,
well,
and
I
I
think
think
she
if
was
Scooter
hurt.
left, she would be welcomed. I think people would understand. I mean, not everybody, but um,
Well, I think I would have I'd certainly welcome her back. The part about her breaking confidence to me is really a shock. I did not think she'd do something like that to me. And Scooter, I'm
mhm.
not going to do it to you. I don't think I that's just not right. And Carolyn says, "Oh my God, Moo betrayed me." She showed Muppets. Muppets made a statement in the video I put. That was all. No, none of this was done against anyone's will. And I have to clarify that, as I said, I'm not a YouTuber, and I don't plan to have a channel per se where I'm getting up. It's just not.
Yeah. Hold on a minute.
So
And Timon, I can't, you came up with your mic muted, so you might want to get down and come back up. It won't let me unmute it. So you
so
can turn your mic on. Um,
So the only the only reason that the stuff is on my channel is that other people have channels.
mhm.
Some of our friends have very nice crafting channels, or they have various channels that for auction. They're all different interests, but they have real channels, and they want to go live and you know have chats and stuff like that. I'm not going to do that. So what I did was I simply offered my channel. I said, since I decided not to delete my channel because it was my own family stuff thing, and here's God, I can't get over that she tries to make it out. Oh, she's sneaking away because she's so bad and did horrible things at work. Oh God.
And
Um,
nobody believes it. I mean,
but if you look at
yeah.
my channel, it was I have my little alligator. Oh, and that's the other hilarious thing. Those idiots, sorry for calling them idiots. Some of them are
That's
nice
okay.
people and they're under her influence. But do you know that I had one of, well, this woman I'm going to call an idiot because she's so stupid and I don't know her. I've never met her. But she's sending me these stupid messages in Italian. And because I always said when I retire, I'm going to learn Italian. I wanted to do it all these years I was going to do it. I'm really enjoying it. So this
Good.
silly woman is sending me messages, in Italian. And do you know they accuse me? They're saying, "We know that you're illegally feeding wildlife because of my pet alligator." It's not a pet, it's my friend. There's a sub-adult alligator. He's 3 feet long, and I call him Snappy. And what happened was the day I met him, my neighbors, I'm on a little lake with about 40, 50 houses around the lake. And it's a private lake, it's closed in, and everybody knows Snappy. And the thing is, it is in fact Flo on the go, you silly woman. It is in fact illegal to feed wildlife. However, I had just met Snappy while my neighbors were, and I'm not throwing my neighbors under the bus, people. What happens is this little alligator, you shouldn't feed wildlife. I know the law now, but I had never known the law because until that day, I hadn't met this nice little alligator.
Mm-hmm.
But what people do is they incorrectly take their leftovers out and toss them to Snappy. And he's just the nicest little gator. And I know he's not going to be anybody's friend when he's, although actually people do keep them when they're adults. But I digress. Anyway, my neighbor said, "Hey, come look." So I went out and he said, "Look." And that's when I met Snappy. And he was feeding Snappy some cauliflower and leftovers from, and Snappy was just very happy. And the turtle and the Snappy shares food with the turtles and they're all happy. And it's really a lovely ecosystem. But of course, this bonehead, sorry, Flo, I don't mean to call you a bonehead. You don't really know me, and I don't know you, but she's calling me terrible things in Carolyn's secret Slack that everybody can read. She thinks she's keeping secrets.
Now, are you out of Slack? Like, did she deactivate you? Your account?
Once you're in Carolyn's Slack, you are never out. The only way to get out of anybody's Slack is for Slack, the channel, sorry,
The
the account.
administrator.
The owner, that would be Carolyn
Right.
Cavarnos, because you're a public figure, Carolyn Cavarnos, so I can say your name, bitch.
So has she let you go?
Well, she did. She's so pathetic. What happened was, okay, yes, now I'm I mean, I don't know because I haven't been in there, but I believe from the people who are still in there and report. Hey, Carolyn, people are reporting like crazy out of your Slack. You think you have friends, but so many. Oh my gosh. She's so ridiculous. Oh my God. It's like
Nana
having
Patty just came up on panel. It's nice to meet you. Thanks for coming up. Can I
Hi,
just
Pink.
take this time? I have to I've got to run upstairs and check on something really quick. Are
Hey,
you
Nana
two okay
Patty.
together?
Hi.
Nana Patty and Bitey?
Yeah, we'll be fine.
Okay. All right. I'll be right back. Thanks for taking a link. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Hey, Nana Patty.
Hello.
Haven't talked to you in a few minutes.
Hi, voices in your head. Hi, everybody in chat.
I
I know
can't.
we just
I
don't talk to each other very often, Moo. I don't understand.
I know. I wish I could see chat, but I can't. I'm on my phone, so I can't see anything.
Are you still on the in our Zoom?
No, I had to cut out of it because I can't mute
Oh.
it with on my iPad. Apart from sticking a plug into the earpiece, and I don't have a plug, so
Mm-hmm.
I had to cut out.
Yeah.
But
Well, I know she stopped playing the video and I was wondering if she was going to continue. So I came up to see if we were going to continue on with the MERB video, but to see what other hate she has to spew and we can talk about it.
oh well, it's so funny because I guess I'll strike her channel because she's basically putting a whole bunch of. So hey Carolyn, maybe I'll strike your channel. Not your
Mhm.
channel, but the video. Stupid woman. My God.
Really?
Sorry to be disrespectful, but I don't feel respect for her. She's so demented.
Yeah.
But anyway, so Nana Patty, I was I was telling Pink that because Carolyn has, and I'm so disappointed that Scooter would share my private texts with Carolyn of all people.
Mm-hmm.
But I believe that she's broken the boardroom thing.
Yeah, I
And,
do too.
and I don't know how you feel. We can have
Oh,
a
I'm
big.
letting it go, Moo. It's going forward.
Oh, okay. So we can just all
Yeah.
show the world what she did in the.
Yeah.
Okay.
And just to explain that to everybody listening, the other night we were talking, and I had a little bit of a spell of morality, and there were some things that I didn't really want to release to the public that I felt should be kept private. But considering tonight, it's all going out. It's going out to the
Everything,
public.
everything.
Everything.
And as I would check, I want to check with Lisa D, because Lisa D and I are the only two who are in her secret mod chat of 6 people. And again, the 4 people who are in there, I don't plan to throw them under the bus by revealing anything of theirs. But
Hi,
everyone,
Pokeroo.
oh, Pokeroo, haven't seen you in a while. I can't see the chat, but
Yeah.
um as far as the secret mod chats,
Mm-hmm.
if and again, I'm going to talk with Lisa D, because she was the other person in the secret mod chats. But as far as I'm concerned, Carolyn, everything comes out now. You really did it tonight, because you
You didn't make us mad. You just
oh
made us
yeah,
determined.
yeah, I mean, she's ridiculous. But this woman has
Thanks,
done.
voices. Voices in your head said my husband is awesome. I think he's pretty awesome
Isn't
too.
he great? Isn't
Mm-hmm.
he great? Oh, you know what I was thinking? Since we don't want to tarnish you have a nice family channel. Oh, the
Mm-hmm.
other thing I was going to say was that the reason it all came on my channel was because everyone else was an actual creator.
Yeah.
So when the thing was to say, well, here, use a channel that basically she already trashed, and it doesn't. I'm not going to be a YouTuber, so I will host the stories. So that's the only reason. So when she talks about me taking private texts of her, I didn't do that. What happened was that I agreed to host Muppet's story, and I will be willing to host other people's stories if they want me to. But I'm not. That's all it is. It's a platform for people. So for her
But
to say that I somehow invaded her privacy is bullshit. That she wrote all that stuff. Sorry for my mouth. Carolyn tends to make my mouth get bad, and I do apologize, because I don't represent other people with my bad vocabulary. So I apologize.
somebody asked me if it was a vacation from hell and am I cooking this week? Yes, I am going to cook this week. And I did not get the ingredients up on the community page yet, but I will. I'm going to be cooking an Italian cream cake. And that's probably going to be tomorrow or later tonight before I get those ingredients up. But yes, we are cooking. And was that the vacation from hell? For me, no, not really, because I spent it in bed. I don't know if anybody knows, but I fell twice. Like the first day I went out to the beach, and my knee that I had replaced got terribly swollen, and I had to go to bed and put ice on it and keep it elevated on my suitcase. So I was in bed most of the week. I did get out and do a few things, but the vacation from hell came the day I left. And you all heard that on Hell to the No. That happened after I left to go to the airport, but I got a preview of it before I ever went. So that was the part that was hell. But like I said, I mainly stayed in my bedroom, stayed away from everybody. So, and excuse the noises. I'm in the bathtub, so my foot keeps touching the tub. So I apologize. I was trying to take a bath and soak, and then I saw what all was going on and figured I better get in here with Moo, with Bitey Cat. So, did we take any videos? I did not take any videos on vacation. I took some pictures the first day we were there, and then I took some group pictures up on the deck at the house, and that was pretty much. Well, we took a few pictures inside while we were decoupaging some stuff, or they were decoupaging. I was watching. Took some videos there. Pictures, not videos. Sorry, pictures.
And
Video
thank
button. No, I'm keeping the camera turned off, guys. I've got the camera turned off. Oh, goodness.
I guess Merb is still showing that video that
Uh,
that
oh,
when I first shut down uh, the audio of her when she showed the one with the picture of her son. I don't know what her point is, but
It's okay because the point that she's trying to disprove, she can show all that crap, but the fact is that Nana Patty and I were the ones who were there, and we know what happened,
yeah,
and and um, and she's acting like something is different from what happened, but there is something, and I'll explain it. I just haven't had time because there's just one thing after another. Plus, I actually have a life outside of Carolyn. It's very hard for
yeah,
her to understand that people still exist when she's not in the room crying and screaming and saying, I'm being victimized. You have to look this person up for me because they scammed me or they came after my son. The other thing I was going to tell you. Well, you know what? I may save this. It's so exciting.
yeah.
I'll
Don't
I'll
say any
save
more
it.
right now, Moo. Whoa,
Huh?
stop, Moo. Hold on.
Okay.
Um, do you want to go back to the video so you won't be so far behind on it, Pink? Do you want to go
you want
back to
me to
Merv?
you want me to show it?
Yeah, go
Yeah.
ahead. We're here and we'll help, tell you if it's the truth or not.
All right. Well, we already know it's probably not, but hold
Yeah.
on. Yes, absolutely. Drop their links. Nana, Patty, and Buddy, is it okay? We drop your links.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Okay. All right.
Oh
Hold on.
yeah, definitely, definitely. Nana Patty, if you want, I know Jimmy asked you to take Gordon's letter down, but I was thinking I don't want to have stuff on your nice family page. But what I could do is I can post Gordon's letter because I think everybody should really be able to see it.
Sure.
Sorry. Hold on. Okay.
Social Security.
Hold on. Just make sure. Give me a second. Share screen. Okay.
Do you have the letter, Moo?
Oh yeah, I have it. I could
Oh,
post the whole thing
okay. Go for it.
because I think people should be able to read. When people understand what really happened, what Carolyn did, this was like the biggest domino, the stupidest domino effect in the world because it all started with the stupid dolls, all of it. And I'm so grateful that it happened. I mean, I feel terrible for Carol Boyce. Oh, but how's Carol doing? Is she okay?
She's being transferred to a bigger hospital.
Oh, okay, good.
They've still got to run more tests on her, try to
Okay.
figure out what's going on.
Okay. I'm
So,
gonna play this. So at any point you want me to stop, just say stop. I'm gonna stop occasionally anyway. Just make sure I fall under the fair use.
Okay.
Okay.
Because I'm disabled. I had to get up and go to work.
oh wow. You know what? I may have to leave. I can't. I can't. I think I'm going to get off because I can't handle
Yeah.
when she
Yeah.
does this to me. It's actually, what she's doing is
That's
very.
what I figured. I
Oh well,
really
no, I don't want to stop you guys because I can get off and you can play it. I don't mind if you play it. What she's doing is deliberate. This is. I want you to play it, and I can go feed my kitties.
no.
But
You know something. What I'm feeling right now is I'd rather not play it because it. First of all, we know what her game is. Um,
but it's
And
also I
this
want.
isn't going to prove anything except that, she's manipulative and she's grasping um and if it's too upsetting, absolutely, it's
Well,
upsetting to
no,
me too to see her do this to people.
I don't want to disrupt your show, and I've got to go feed Bitey cat before he bites me. But so I don't want to disrupt it. But I will say that the minute I heard my voice, I had a gut reaction because she is doing this to crush me, to humiliate me, to basically say I'm listening to you with sympathy and in confidence, but later I'm going to humiliate you with everything I have. I will tell you, it's the part about the IP addresses. I was saying for people who don't want anyone to know where they live, she'll say, "Oh, I know where you live." And for people who have confided in her and said, "Oh my gosh, I've suffered suicide in my life," then she will come at you with her suicide threats. And so she's making fun of me for screaming at her in her Zoom meeting. And that's a whole other story. I don't want to take up your channel with it.
No. I stopped sharing it. It's too bothersome to me as well. Space
Yes,
Monster just came up. Hi, Space Monster.
Hi, Space Monster.
Uh-oh.
Who do we
Hello?
lose?
I'm still here.
Her mic is working, so I'll give her like a few more seconds.
Can someone inform me on how to strike a channel video? Because she's basically doing this for the sole purpose of humiliating a sub.
More than
I
one sub.
Yeah, well, I didn't hear it, so I guess she's getting everybody. I haven't been
Yeah.
listening, so I didn't mean to take ownership of that. But
Yeah.
when I just saw my gator and heard my voice, I was like, oh God, I'm gonna throw up. I can't take any more of her. She's so
So vile.
huh?
It's her favorite word is vile, and that's what she is.
Oh God, is she? She's just.
Does she sleep? Like, who gets her kids up in the morning? Like,
No, I think
Jimmy.
Jimmy
he's
does
been up
everything.
late lately also.
Yep. About 3 hours a night she gets.
Not good.
Mm-mm.
What's so funny about her 3 hours a night in her Zooms on her Slack cesspool? She's been telling people that Nana Patty and I are on drugs.
Oh yeah.
Jesus.
And
Mm-hmm.
what's really funny about that is one of the things that I told people, we used to believe that we were safe, that she was this kind person who would listen to you and you could share stories that perhaps other people might benefit from, like, wow, this is what happened to me. I survived it, and here I am today. Maybe I'm a mess, but I'm better than I was. And one of the stories I told her, and she's going to destroy everything that I ever said. She's going to make me look like this needy fool who manipulates people. But one of the things that had happened was I'd gotten, because I have problems with my knees and stuff, like all kinds of stuff. And I was having problems at work that, oh my, they're her fault because her characters suck so badly. But what happened was that I had gotten on prescription drugs, and they were, all it was there were benzos and stuff like Lyrica for nerve pain and things like that. But the problem was that the benzos, they had a really bad effect on me. I'm not going to tell you the whole story, but the thing was that I had told people about that, and because the prescriptions were so bad, I found out that pain is less bad if I take no drugs at all. And so I talked about that, and I had cold turkey from benzos, which was crazy. But the point is, this was 2016, and so that's already ancient history. And since that time, the only drug that I've taken has been on and off, and was an antidepressant, a low dose of an antidepressant. So I don't take drugs, and I don't drink alcohol. I haven't since, I think, 1996. And so I'm not against it. But I don't take drugs because the rebound pain when they wear off is so much worse than the original pain. I've found other ways to manage the pain. And So for her to be in there with her little filthy mean girls group, well, they call me and all of us mean girls, is kind of funny. I mean, she's talking about us taking drugs, and Nana Patty said she has to take drugs because she has had severe medical. She said surgeries, and the drugs that Nana. Forgive me for talking about you, Nana Patty, but it's like what we were talking about when people are given strong drugs to manage that type of severe pain. They're monitored. You have to have blood tests to show that you use the drugs and don't sell them, but that you don't use them to excess. So for her to talk about Nana Patty and me being on drugs when she sleeps 3 hours a night,
Yeah.
it kind of makes you wonder why she's pointing the finger at us.
Well, I take my medicine for lupus and rheumatoid arthritis. So, I've got a lot of pain that I deal with. I've had a hip replaced, a knee replaced, both shoulders surgeries, and I need a hip replaced and I need a knee replaced. And I just can't stand the thought of doing it again.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. And and for someone to talk about either of us as though, we're abusing drugs is so ridiculous. Just absolutely. But that's how she works.
Yeah.
She's not a nice person. She wants to talk about her the best community on YouTube. Like, God.
Oh, Space Monster. Sorry, hold on. Hey, Space Monster. I think she's having problems with her mic. Hello? So now Merb is, I guess, going through people's clip channels and just trying to tear them apart. But again, it's just her own perception, her thoughts. And I really believe by her going live tonight, she's doing herself a discredit. She's ruining her own channel, most definitely.
Mm-hmm.
Well, she ruined her channel a long time ago.
Yeah.
And the thing about the mod meetings that are, hey, Carolyn, they're not a secret anymore. Everything's out in the open now. The thing about Carolyn is she's trying to keep me over the head. I'm not going to get too specific because it is unfair. I mean, I don't want to be disrespectful, but she's trying to claim that I'm exploiting vulnerable people on an important anniversary, but look what she's doing to human beings on an important anniversary that she said I'm exploiting.
Yeah.
But what Carolyn does, I mean, she would have mod meetings. All she was waiting for, she said, COVID has been terrible for her business because they don't have any trials. And she said, until another, really big case, like, the really big headline, horrifying murders, this is what she needs to get her channel back on track because that's where she made her piles of money in the first place. And I don't
But
think she
I
understands
I
that
don't
that was
think,
kind of fluke.
but again, I said earlier that, a lot of people started with the Watts case, and it wasn't a difficult case to cover. The discovery was available, everything was out there. And I think what happened was when that case died
Right.
down, you really saw who had it in them to be a true crime creator. Um,
Oh,
and
yes.
I just
Yeah.
don't see her as one who is good at it. Compared to the other true crime creators I follow. It's just basically she reads from someone else's work, and it's just it doesn't keep me there, or the engagement for me isn't there. It's just very monotone in reading the same thing every time there's a case. And she's very opinionated, and I think most true crime creators, keep their bias to themselves. You know, they just stick with the facts of the case, and she's just not for me as a true crimer. But that's just me. I think if she had a craft channel alone, she would probably do a lot better.
Well, I was thinking she should have a shock drama channel.
Okay,
Because
you said it. Yeah,
that's really what she does best. I mean, it's
yeah.
destructive, but that's her. And
Moo.
uh-huh.
I think I'm hearing that Casbat asked us a question,
Oh,
and I can't see Casbat. Some reason I think I'm blocked, but she wanted to know our position on the Ruseks, and my position on the Ruseks is that I feel horrible for them, and I can't imagine the pain that they're going through. I never would want to, and I have a lot of empathy and sympathy for them. So that's my position. I don't know about yours, Bitey Cat.
well, it's the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't think anyone could have a different position. It's not even a position. It's the reality of what they had to live through. And I agree with everything they've said, that it's a closed case. It's over. Don't
Right.
it and Carolyn is angry because I said she should take the Chris Watts tag off of her about page. She doesn't like that. Well, she has the Chris Watts tag above popular, what is it, pop culture. And she wants to yell at me about that. Okay, but you know what? If a family says a case is closed and please let it go, why are you using it? You have the tags all throughout. If you tag the videos that are about Chris Watts, fair enough. But to tag your about page with and update it with whoever that influencer that she was covering, that was so what? She updated all that, justice for Vaughn or something. She updated everything, but she's got the tag Chris Watts front and center. So, she can talk about me, having done some horror. I don't even want to touch this because I think it's indelicate. And I don't like that I mean, she's continually used families she's interviewed. Don't like that I mean, she's continually used families she's interviewed.
Bitey Cat,
That's got a YouTube on.
not me, but Bitey Cat.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say that this was not planned on any anniversary. This
Oh,
was this was not a planned attack on the Ruseks.
absolutely not. This is how Carolyn operates.
Mm-hmm.
Everything is This is her MO. If there's anything she's talented at in the world, it is creating a lie out of the simplest truths. She will turn them into filthy lies. And I
Mm-hmm.
and I and I'm not going to even address the Russo family, but this is a terribly good family. And if they have a friendship with her, that's not my business. Um, but I resented that she used the authority of a bereaved family to request things, and then threw me under the bus saying that I forced her to have background checks on people. And I mean, the whole idea is preposterous. It's sort of like, wait a minute, people are forcing you. It doesn't even make sense. I mean, but this is how she twists things. And the only reason that ever came up was because she was claiming that I was going after one of her subs, and here she was defending this poor innocent person, but Bitey Cat was obsessed with this person was, somehow a criminal. And my God, there's nothing further from the truth. And what this evil woman did was in a conversation. She called, what happened was that I'm not going to mention the person's name, but there was a person that Carolyn owed an apology to. And as you all know, Carolyn doesn't apologize to people. It just doesn't, she doesn't do that.
No.
So what happened was, whenever something like Scooter, she had to put Scooter to apologize for the doxing of the person. I'm not going to mention the name, but Carolyn had exposed a person who had held up the record, a criminal record of a person, and then attributed it incorrectly to another person. And Carolyn made Scooter get up and apologize for that. Carolyn's the channel owner, but she doesn't take responsibility for this huge platform of 40,000 basically deceased subs who certainly don't show up.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Hey, Space Monster. I don't know what happened to
No, I totally apologize.
Nana Patty.
I'm
I think
having
she's
trouble
fine.
with I don't mean to interrupt. I don't know the lady that's talking right now.
Oh, that's Bitey Cat, who you changed your name, right? You were Moo.
Oh yeah, I used to be Moo of Two, until Moo of Two got such a bad reputation thanks to Carolyn's efforts to
Oh, listen,
ruin my.
my reputation precedes me. Go back to your move too. Don't even let anyone
Oh
take that
no,
away from you.
I don't. I prefer Bitey Cat. I
Oh,
don't.
okay.
I
Look,
don't.
I don't know if you guys know anything about me. I think maybe you were around last year when I was around trying to support Caroline in a specific period against a particular character that had. And Pink, I know this is going to be difficult for you, but I'm not going to bring up too many names, okay? But I'm trying to get to the bottom of a few things here, okay? So
Yeah.
I'm not going to mention any names. I'm just saying that we all support people based on our experiences. And at that time, I'm just saying, I don't know if you know of me. I think you do, because I was around for a brief 6 weeks maximum. But I just have a couple of questions. Who is the other lady that has the gentleman with her right now in the photograph?
That's Nana Patty. That's me.
Oh, Nana Patty. Okay. Because here's the thing that I want to understand. When you guys found this channel, how do you find it? Because it has something that it suits you. It seems to formulate the things because it has crafts, I guess, and there's other areas. But did you become? No, it didn't. What was
That's
it?
That's not how I found it. I found it because of the Watts case, because
Okay, fine.
Shanann Watts had lupus, and she was in a group with me on Facebook, and I
And you
found
have
out.
lupus, Nana Patty, don't you?
Yes, and so I found
Okay.
her. I found out she was murdered, so I started trying to find out what happened. So that's how I
Okay.
found her.
So, but when you found her channel, did you end up becoming a member after a specific time?
After 3 years almost.
Or after 3 years? But did you become a friend before that?
Acquaintance.
Acquaintance, right. But then you started paying for membership, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
Moo 2 or Bitty Catty, whatever.
Bitey Cat.
Batty Cat was the same for you?
How I got there?
Yeah.
It was some I had simply heard, I don't really want to talk about the case because
No, that's fine. It doesn't matter.
no, I just want, I'm saying I don't want to, I feel awkward talking about it because it is not a good anniversary.
No, I was just
But
saying how
no,
I found the channel. And
no, yeah. Oh
no,
no, I'm sorry,
I did not. I did not know Shanann Watts at all. No.
Yeah.
No, my point is that it goes to the heart of what, as a business, this is
How
the way I see it. And what I mean,
Well,
when you're
I was going to tell you what happened because
okay,
it's sort of funny. The case, I don't have to talk about the case, but that case there, I heard about the case in an iPod, not an iPod. What do you call those podcasts?
podcast, yeah.
And of course was a terrible case. So there was a podcast. I was not a YouTuber,
Me either.
huh?
Me either. I wasn't a
Yeah,
YouTuber.
yeah. And
I think
so,
most of us weren't at the time.
right.
Mm-hmm.
And so what happened was the podcast went to pod. It was Critical K. And that is another thing Carolyn is now using against me is that I had originally come from Critical K. Therefore, I
Hold
was
on,
the
someone's
bashing.
echoing. Fight a cat. Or anyone have something playing in the background?
No, it's
I
fine.
muted myself just to check. I think
Yeah,
it's Batty Cat.
No, I don't have anything. You can mute me, but it's
No, but I'm going to mute so she can talk. Maybe we should all mute.
yeah. Okay, good idea. I'll mute too.
okay. So I'll make it as short as I can. If I get long, just smack me.
No,
um,
you're fine.
okay, it was just a podcast. Then Critical K, they had a whatever. They went to Facebook, so I was in the Facebook group. Carolyn has recently characterized me as a terrible person because I came from Critical K. Therefore, I was bashing the victims of the terrible crime that we're not talking about. And I never did. I was not ever a basher. And that accusation against me is just how she works. However, what happened, I was actually offended by Critical K. At least at first, she tried to be balanced, but then she did get into victim bashing, and I was, offended. And she was pretty heavy handed with her subs too. And the mods one day said that someone brought up MRB channel and they said, no one can go there. We don't approve of that. And I was like, the minute I heard that, I said, oh, what? So what happened was I went to the MRB channel, YouTube channel. And again, I had only ever used YouTube to upload I had an old channel for New York City videos, but I'd never been a YouTuber. I just put videos up and that's all. And so that's all I knew of it. I didn't know how to get in chat. I didn't know what chat was. So I go to this MRB person that they said wouldn't be approved. And I began to watch her, and it was just so odd and interesting. And I didn't go there because of the case per se. I went there because the Critical K thing had gotten bad, and I wanted to get out. What is that noise? Is that me? Am I still there?
Yeah, you're still there. And see, the thing that I'm very interested in, and when we talk about this, I look at it as a business. I look at this as a business side, okay? Because it is, as a YouTube creator, you are a business if you are one getting membership, Snapchat. What is it? Snapchat, not Snapchats. What is it? That chat thing, or you generating any money? Your business. So there is a protocol and there is policies and procedures that must be followed by business owners. And what I see here is that she, as a business owner, is violating everything that has to be about businesses. And if you go into the terms and conditions of Slack, and I want to ask about Slack because I used to just ring in, but I was never a member. So I'm going to come back to that. But you become members, and then there's the crossing of the line of becoming friends. And business owners should never become friends of their Patreons, the people that they do business with. It's unethical. It can cause problems, which you are now finding out, right? So her putting out private chats in areas that you have been asked to come into as part of her business violates everything. It's totally incorrect what she's doing. And she can say anything she wants. And I'm so sorry about her loss, but there are certain things that she's doing. And I know that she has been targeted. There's no question of it. But there's a process that we have to go through in when you start using your patrons as weapons, you have crossed a line. They no longer, you are using them, and now you're putting out private information that you have invited them into, and you now are going to use that against them, where she's created and cultivated the environment. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So what's happening right now is that in all business sense, in her using one Slack, her using memberships, people coming onto her creating, and I was in a Facebook group with her for about 6 weeks, but she never spoke to me. None of them ever spoke to me. And the reason why they don't is because they know me very well, that I will do my due diligence and I'll find out what's going on. And that's why people get offended by me, because I've already done it once before and I can do it many times again, but I don't really care to. But what bothers me more than anything is that you people became members of her. You paid money to her to be members. Once she has taken money from you, she has a confidentiality agreement that she must not cross over, which she has done.
Really?
Absolutely.
Hmm.
So you have to remember that when people take money from somebody in a business sense, you are not entitled to okay, you as a consumer can criticize that person for whatever it is, whether they haven't delivered, whether their services are poor, blah, 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 blah. They, on the other hand, have absolutely no right to come back and go against you and use any information that you have put in confidentiality with them. That's just the way it is. And so that's why I'm saying, on a business side of things, you can go at this, and you can go at this in a huge way, because it doesn't matter about who said what and what was said. She is violating your confidentiality.
I did not know that. Did you know that, Moo?
No, I did not, but that's good to know.
Mm-hmm.
But that's common practice with business. And if you go back into here's the thing, if you go back into all the things that are being said in, like, I can see her right now, she's reading all these things. She invited you into a domain that she owns.
Mm-hmm.
She therefore has no right to put that information out, because it is her business.
Wow.
And this is the problem that you guys don't understand. When it is an account, and most YouTubers, like, Okay, I've got monetization on my account. Do I
Mm-hmm.
use it as a business? Not really. Nobody really. I don't really go live very often. However, should I do that, I must have a code of conduct, and I must follow the code of conduct that's been set out by each individual organization that I use, whether that be Slack. Now, the fact that she uses Slack, which is a business platform, to garner information, to to intimidate, and that's the problem here that you face, is that she now has information that she wants to intimidate and threaten you with, and she has no legal right to do that.
I
And so
had no idea.
therefore you have every see, she seems to think that she has the law on her hands, but she doesn't have the law on her hands. She's violated all the code of conduct and the policies and procedures that all of those platforms have given her right to use.
So basically, you're saying if she tries to go after us legally, she won't have a leg to stand on.
No, she won't.
Mm-hmm.
She won't. And this is what's really important, is that when we can sit here and we can drudge up semantics and blah blah blah. Every YouTube owner and creator that goes out there and decides that they are going to state an opinion, if they're going to defame a person,
Mm-hmm.
defamation does not, and we've seen that in the case with Johnny Depp, and also Alex Jones. You can say anything you want, but if you defame a person, it's not in the legal um, ground rules. It just doesn't. Now, the
Mm-hmm.
fact that she's using all of the personal information that you were invited into as a member,
Mm-hmm.
a paying member, mind you. Don't forget, you paid to be there. She now has crossed the line and violated rights that you have. It's as simple as that. She's not going to have a leg to stand on. She is a
But we would.
business.
But we would.
Yes, you would.
Mm-hmm.
Because you are giving your experience and your opinion. And she, on the other hand, has decided to use the information that was in her business against you, that you were a paying client, and a
Mm-hmm.
paying client has a confidentiality clause. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yes, it does.
And that's why I'm saying anybody that pays money to become a member with somebody and they violate that um, protection, because you've been violated. It's as simple as that.
Mm-hmm.
They are not permitted, even if it's your whatever, your avatar name or whatever it is. She's violating it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's good to know.
Very
Um,
good.
we were not interested in ever speaking her name again because
Mm-hmm.
she's toxic. And we made that clear. And she has not left us alone. And so I posted my first video. And I had said, this video will come down I will purge my channel of I don't want her on my channel. I can't stand her. But I said, she crossed the line with something. So I posted my first video and I said, this video will come down when you stop coming after us. Just let us go. Leave us alone. And when you stop, I will take down the first video. Well, she never did. When you get, well, you probably know, when you get Carolyn upset, if you heat up her can of soup the wrong way. Oh, you know what the perfect example of is? Go back to that excruciating video of her birthday where she spends, I believe it's an hour and 40 or it's close to 2 hours, where she berates her husband and does nothing but talk about how he screwed up her birthday cake. And it goes, that's sort of the kind of insult that no one wants to hear. People don't want to hear marital squabbling. She carried this out for at least an hour and 40 minutes. So this is what I'm trying to say, is that if Carolyn is upset with you, it will not last the 3 minutes that it took to say, you know what, let's go buy a cake or try again tomorrow. Then that's done. I just finished it. How long did that? Not a minute. But if Carolyn is angry at you, it will be 1,000-fold. It will go on forever. She will not forget it. The reason probably she only sleeps 3 hours a night is because she is chewing every bit of rage that she has because someone did something wrong in the service of her. And this is what's so funny, is that you were not in here before Space Monster, but what I was saying was that I was doing genealogy as wasn't my profession, my primary profession, but it's something I've been doing for about 15 years. And so I've had genealogy accounts, and they're the fancy ones, so I can do super detailed searches. And I also have, it's basically, I have people finders, which is pretty low on the, like if you want to look up criminal records, that's not the one for you. So, but I don't care. What I needed was one that helped with finding relatives for family trees. And so that's what I use it for. So I didn't get the one that's heavy for criminals. I don't care about that stuff. I just don't care. But the thing is, when you run a background check, it costs a lot of money. It costs, depending on the service, it's between $15.95 and I don't know, $25.30 per search for one person. So Carolyn, here I was, as you said, I was a Patreon all these years. And if you read my community posts, all I said to Carolyn was that my family in New York, we share services, and my family in New York was paying for her membership. It goes on their credit card because they pay for the YouTube premium. I pay for Netflix. We all share our subscriptions, but they are carrying the YouTube channel. And so I was paying her a Patreon. So she was my employee. I was paying her a Patreon, and my family in New York was paying the membership. Why did I start saying this? Oh God, what was the start?
So, Nana Patty, may I just ask a question? And see, that's another thing. It's Patreon you're paying for. What services did you get with Patreon?
Nothing. Oh, wait. Could I just finish what I was about to say?
I beg your pardon.
No, it's not your fault. It's because I couldn't remember what I was talking about because it's 3 a.m. and I haven't had dinner yet.
Oh my God, is it that time? I didn't realize.
Oh no, it's okay. I stay up all night anyway. Just I just haven't eaten, so my brain is going. And it's not drugs, Carolyn. So what I started to say was that because I do this research, I've had people finders or something like it for 15 years. So what happened was that Carolyn is not only being paid by me, she doesn't like to pay for stuff. And so for her, every time I run a report, for me, it takes 5 minutes. I go in, I click in the information that she sends me. I go click, and for 50 cents, I'm gonna have to charge Carolyn those 50 cents. Every time she wants a report, it only costs me 50 cents. It comes immediately in the mail, and I'd forward it to her. That was the extent of it. But because I thought we were friends, we often engaged in banter. So when she told me that a particular woman was stalking her and sending her questionable photographs, this is a real joke, and I'm not going to, I think everybody knows what a ridiculous joke this is. But the thing is that when she says these things to you, you don't understand the context. So if someone tells you that they're being stalked, that someone has been sending in, not indecent, what was it, inappropriate photographs to you, that they are threatening to, visit your house, that your children are in danger. And this is how she couches things. And you've heard her do it live night after night after boring night, how everybody wants to come and threaten her like nobody cares. But of course, we believed it. And what would happen is she'd say, this person's a scammer. This person's important. This person is famous. That's not so many people. Mostly it's this person is a possibly the pornographer that's sending these terrible messages or those dirty child porn things to her phone. So when someone says, could you please run a report? You say, oh, sure, of course. And you
So
do it.
what, Nana Patty, can I just ask you? She asked you to do reports on specific people that she believed was harassing her.
Not me, Bitey Cat.
Oh, sorry,
Yes.
beg your pardon. Yeah.
No,
So,
that's
and
okay.
because you believed that was what was happening, you willingly did it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, sorry, I'm swallowing my coffee. But what I have to emphasize is that because she was someone that I trusted, which was, oh boy, what a mistake. And because we bantered a lot. And the thing is, anyone who knows me I, knows that I tend to joke, make a lot of jokes and stuff. And not, well, joke's not the right word, but I'll tend to get into sort of satirical banter. And so if someone says, here is this person and here is their profile, they are scammers and they have done this, this, and this, then I get it. If I'm with an actual friend, like Nana Patty, I say, oh man, did she really do that? Holy crap, look at this. And like, oh my God, this is really weird. Holy crap. So these are the kinds of exchanges that I got in with Carolyn.
But
And
let me
now,
just ask you a question on this as a moral basis, right? I've never done background checks on anybody. I don't believe in it. I believe in whatever happens here, you utilize that platform. I've seen people
right,
do
right,
it
right. But
over and
but I have to finish my point
I beg your
because
pardon.
so no, it's not your fault. I just want to make this point is normally I had zero conversations with her because I didn't care. So if you talk about thinking this or thinking that, it's literally not thinking because my field, including my field, where my professional field was also as really deep research and database security, which is another thing she attacked. That she was accusing me of shady stuff because part of my field involved database security and identified a breach. And then some jerk said, well, just identifying the breach is enough to get you in trouble. So she ran with that and is out there telling all of YouTube that I am she's casting shade on me as though I'm guilty of something. It's just disgraceful. But this is my background. So if you ask a researcher something and you don't set up red flags and they say, this person is stalking me, could you just run this, and you take this 5 seconds out of your whatever you happen to be doing, and say, yeah, sure, give me 10 minutes. I'll go to the other, whatever.
Moo, can I just
Yeah,
say something real quick?
sure.
It wasn't just those things. It was also someone put a bomb in her front yard.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody threatened her. There's a bomb threat at her kid's school. So,
I remember that.
Yeah.
it wasn't just little things. It was big things that she
Yeah.
was
So,
saying.
could you look at it, and this is what happens on a lot of the platforms, is that they, once you become close to them, there is an emotional triggering that happens
Yeah.
where
Very much
you,
so.
yeah, and I just have to say something. I'm not going to address anybody here, but TC, there's been a few comments about me. I didn't do anything on any behalf for her. I spoke about an incident that was happening to me that was mirroring her experience. It's as simple as that. It's nothing more, nothing less, which is what all of us end up being subjected to, is that we believe somebody before we have the information in front of us. And that's what you two have experienced, is that you've been placed in a very vulnerable and emotional state of mind, because it's what should I say? It's
Well, it's because, to put it simply, this person you think is your friend is in extreme danger.
exactly. But I mean, at the end of the day, you've been compromised against any of your. I mean, at the end of the day, ethically, morally, work wise, you would never cross the line, but you were engaged in an emotional. Um,
Oh, wait, 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 wait. If you're going to talk about crossing a line, I have to make something very clear. And this is something people don't understand, that in the United States, I know you're not in the United States, but in the
yeah,
United States, what these are public records. All of this is public information. The only difference between her getting the public information and me getting the public information is that she wanted a professional discount from me, which is a free service, which is, not only do I pay her a Patreon and pay my kids pay her membership,
yeah.
um, but she also said, hey, I don't want to pay $15 to $30. Will you do this free public, this not free, this public record search to save me money? So what I'm trying to tell you is that these are all public records, and you can get them now. You can get them in the UK, possibly, or not, but
I'm in Australia, and we are not. We don't have that. We
no,
just
no,
don't.
but I no, I know you don't. That's my point. So when, from your point of view, it's an invasion. It's, in other words, I have information that others don't have. But what I'm saying is, in the U.S., what I was saying was, you might from Australia be able to search U.S. records. I really don't know. I mean,
Oh, I don't.
you
I don't know.
no,
I don't
well,
know.
no, that's
Yeah,
a fine point. It's not, but
yeah.
that's not even part of this discussion. What I'm saying is, where you are used to a better culture where you cannot get this, but in America, and I've said this before on Carolyn's Lives, where she's twisting everything, where I have said everything about us is there in Google. So
Yeah.
if someone, because someone had said I had doxed people, because I said, what had happened was, I had said that some person had, that they should not photograph themselves in front of their own homes because it allows you to pinpoint. And I'm only saying this because I was in the field of data security, as so I was trying to help people understand, if you're on YouTube, don't photograph your house. And there were two creators, and I have nothing against either of these creators, but things were misunderstood. And then I'd gotten into a banter with Carolyn, who's going to pull out an email where we were bantering about a specific person. I said, well, great, she doxed herself because she showed a photograph of someone with a full frontal view of her home. And by doing that, if you go to Google and you enter, let's not mention another creator's name, but if you Google my personal legal name, or any of my married names, if you Google my name, you will see my properties. That's just a fact in America. It's going to come up. And I specified that. I said, it's not about someone else, or, it's about me too. If I show you the front of my house on a photograph, a clear YouTube video, you will be able to do an image search, and then you will be able to say, oh, okay, she's lived at 35 properties. But because I now have an image of her house, I can now say, okay, this is the one she lives in now. So I was imparting that information to Carolyn's audience, thinking it would help them to be careful. Your information's all out there already, but it
Don't put a
isn't.
picture of your house out because they could
Yeah,
find out where you
exactly.
live.
Exactly. And so
Mm-hmm.
I was trying to just help. I thought that was helpful is a bad word. Useful. It's
Mm-hmm.
useful information. And so it's not that people can't find out where you live today, but it makes it you are guaranteeing it if you photograph your house. And
Well,
so
it's just
I
not
was
that. It's like, I mean, we all know that if you watched anything to do with the when I knew about the case before Netflix did it, which is the um, what is it, the cat thing with what's that dude from Canada, where they traced him by imaging all the background that they had. They did it the same with ISIS. It's a well-known fact that that's what very good digital investigators use, is to find out where they are based on the image
Pictures.
right.
in the
Mm-hmm.
background.
And see, this is a good point because this is where I'd like to draw a line. And this is where a line has been crossed so many times when people are out there who don't know me are saying, oh, she does all this dirty work. She digs. Okay, let me explain digging to you. If you can go to Google and you enter my name, you will immediately find out every place I've lived for free.
Yeah.
But if you use something like People Finder, then you get more detailed property records. You can see when a house was sold and who had it and when it passed out of ownership to someone else. So, but again, these are public records. So if a person who is your friend asks you, a researcher, could you save me the money? I can go click this myself because it's a free, it's not free, it's a public records issue. I can click it myself, but if I click it, it's going to put, let's average it out to $20 on my account, and I don't want to pay. Do you mind doing it for me for your 50 cents as a favor? But they're the same public. I'm saying it really enunciating. They are public records. Never, I did not care, apart from this one or let's see, oh, there was another one. There, apart from a couple of things that became animated conversations with this oh, she's never a friend, but this creature that um, pretended to be a friend. So you're in a conversation. So this was one situation where she called. She had Scooter. Uh, I never finished this point, but she had Scooter call in a person that she owed a huge apology to. And I mean, she offends a lot of people, and Carolyn doesn't apologize. So what happened was Scooter called this other person into a call with Carolyn, and they were talking about all of this stuff with those three people. And it had nothing to do with, it had to do with how Carolyn had offended the third person. Carolyn was going to, I know she doesn't apologize, so she was going to spin it and justify how she was completely right. But whatever conversation they were having, now I know this third person very well. So those three people were in a conversation. And then suddenly it's like 2 a.m. here in, Florida. So, and I'm awake all night, so I sleep during the day. So I get a phone call, and I don't normally talk on the phone with people. So I get a phone call, and it's from Carolyn. And she said, I'm on the phone with Scooter and blah, blah, blah. And this is where she does it. She said, we think that Jane Doe is a scammer, and I can prove it because I have been going through her records. And Carolyn had spent, again, public records. Carolyn she said, I just spent 2 days going through records, and I can prove that a claim that this person made is false, and based on all these other things. She gave me all these Carolyn lunatic theories, but again, I didn't think of it in terms of lunatic theory. She's asking a researcher to take information she has about someone who is cheating her channel out of money. And the fact is that there are scammers on her channel. And there are people who have taken in the past, and I'm not saying there's anyone there presently, but I'm saying it is not unheard of for people to ask for money, and then it turns out that it was not a correct claim. And I'm not speaking of anyone who is a member right now. I can't say that. I am simply saying that there are cases where it, in fact, there were scammers. So that's already an okay scenario. It's like the channel is at risk because can you just see if this, and it isn't even, usually it isn't, can you see if, because I don't give a crap. All I'm doing is clicking a button and paying 50 cents that I eat the cost of the 50 cents to save her from clicking the same button and paying $20. That's the only difference. So it's emailed to me. It's a PDF file, and I don't even look at it because I don't care. It's public information. She wanted a free favor so that she wouldn't have to pay $20. The file goes to her. I don't care about it. I don't dig into it. And it's a public record out for everyone. Everyone here can do the same thing. It's a matter of whether you pay more or less. And because I use these databases, it's free. And she wanted a free service. Well, the thing about Carolyn is that wherever she goes, she wants free services. And it was so interesting to talk about how she wished Tammy McD had gone on the beach trip with her. She said, do you know if Tammy had come, that she would have carried up all of the bags for me and she would have done all the cooking? She said that about that woman. Can you imagine that? But this is how she sees I'm not going to say us anymore because I ain't hers, but this is how she sees her subs, is you are here in my employment. What can you do for me? And you not only need to do it for free, you need to also cook up ways to get me more income because look at what's happening. I'm losing my houses. I have 2 houses. I'm going to lose all my houses. I'm not going to be able to pay for that new Toyota van. How will I make my car payment? All these emotional. This is what I need. So if a person asks a researcher to click a button for public records to save her $20, I should have said, no, go pay the $20. I don't care about you. So there's no digging. There's nothing involved routinely. Sometimes there's banter. There was one where she asked someone, I'm not going to bring it up here, but I bet I will later because I think the person will be happy to hear it, and Carolyn will just use it against me. But there was banter about saying, oh, well, so-and-so doxed herself, and this other person doxed himself because they, danced around in front of their homes or they showed a photo. So, and then there was banter about that. And because she reveals banter, private conversations, it would be used against me. And it's ridiculous because it's, you just kind of laugh about that stuff. But again, none of that this isn't digging. She does the digging. And that is a point that I'd like to make. And I've never kept data. I don't give a crap. Why would I care about all these obsessions she has? I don't care. I have other things to do with my mind. But when she called about this particular person and saying that this was this terrible scammer, she had proven all these things. And it's in one of the videos. If you want to read the disgusting details about what she was searching the databases for, go look at, go watch my videos. They're like 3 or 4 short. They're all under 5 minutes or under 6. But she had this whole scenario about this person. And one of the nicest people I've ever known, a good, kind person. But here she's saying, I've got Scooter and so on the phone, and we think that blah blah blah, and I think I can prove it because I searched databases for 2 days about a specific thing, and that was her digging. So I'm called into the phone on this, and she said, I need you to look up property records because I believe that a certain person is actually a millionaire and owns all of this property, but then is begging Ramblers for money, and had been extremely upset.
And you know
And
what? I got to interrupt you there. That
yeah,
person never begged Ramblers for money,
he never did. That's
ever.
Thank you for saying that. What
Hmm.
happened? Thank you, Nana Patty, because I just
They mentioned that they were having a hard time and
yes,
everybody wanted to give them something.
yes, and there was a spontaneous, and that's also covered in the video. There was a spontaneous outpouring of love because there are a lot of good people, and there still are good people in there. Some of them aren't acting so nice, but they're good people. And what happened was the chat began to say, I'll be happy to help. And it was one of these immediate things, it's sort of like, I need this thing because this broke down and I need to be able to blah, blah, blah. So this is not a huge amount of money. This isn't like saying I need $10,000 before tomorrow. It's nothing like that. This was a car part. So people said, oh my gosh, I'll be happy to help. What's your PayPal? Well, oh my God, she was like pretty extra. She's going to deny this. She's going to say, listen to Moo, she's defaming me and I'm a public person and she doesn't have any right to defame me, because that's what I had to hear earlier. What happened was Carolyn went into the mod chats, and Carolyn, your mod chats aren't secret anymore because you broke our confidentiality. She went into the mod chat and she said, I can't have this going on my channel, because when the Ramblers are sending money to this person who's one of the kindest people that you could ever hope to meet, and she ran upon a hard moment, and never did she ask for money, not once. There was a spontaneous offering. People started sending in the money, and within about 10 minutes there was enough money to cover this. As I said, it's a relatively small amount. um, a few $100s, that was it, a few $100s. So, and it didn't come out of anyone else's pocket other than Ramblers. But Carolyn was so exercised over this. She had to post in my chat, I can't have this going on in my channel. It takes away the revenue from my channel, because not all of her subs have money. Many do not have money. Many of them could not afford to go on that Rambler vacation. They couldn't take time off from their jobs because most people work for a living. And they didn't, even if they took their precious vacation, they couldn't afford to pay to go anyway. They would have had to pay travel and all of that. So the point is that the community isn't loaded with money. There are a few people who can go to auctions and then outbid everybody. And it's sort of like, that's the way it goes at auctions. The people with the most money win. And so with her, the way she thinks about money is, we have a community that doesn't have a lot of money. So if they give to Jane Doe, then they have less to give to me for super chats. And this is how she thinks of her subs. So she was really upset. She said, I can't have this happen. And after that, and then there had been a few other people in a few months. There had been a couple who did ask. They did ask for money.
And one asked repeatedly.
Yes.
But
Yeah,
but most of us are generous at heart, and um, even though that person asked repeatedly, we still gave some, and for me, it wasn't a matter of me giving money to them took away from money I was going to give Carolyn, because I never hardly gave Carolyn a dime, other than
exactly.
other
Can
than
I
my
ask?
membership.
Girls? Can I just ask you a question? I don't give money to anybody here. Why? Why do you feel it's when you know and you see somebody that is financially set, has things that maybe the majority of people don't have? Why do you feel that you should give her money, or anybody, not just her, but I just want to know what it is that you think that it's okay, that maybe you're even struggling,
I
and
didn't.
everybody's struggling. Let's face it. We're in
Well,
I can't.
2022.
I can't really answer that because I did not feel the need to give her money.
no,
I,
I didn't.
I, and I know that Body Cat didn't either. And
No,
the
I didn't.
things that we
But
So
I gave her.
but you didn't give her money. However, you did things for her. Can you guys mute while I'm talking, just so that we don't have echo?
Yes,
Thank you.
I can
I
hear.
know that I have to mute when you guys talk. So my point is, you don't give her money, but you did because you paid for membership, right? Or anything else,
Yes, I
Patreon
gave
or
her.
what?
Yes, but I have to say that when if when I have given gifts to people, I don't do that publicly. I don't do super
No,
chats.
no,
If I
but
want to give some,
no, it's
no, well, no,
moods.
I'm just
I
wait,
know, I
wait, no,
know,
no,
I
wait. I'm
know.
just trying to wait. No, I'm trying to answer your other question. Neither Nana, Patty, nor I, for example, most of us do not feel like giving Carolyn money. Why should we? She's got two houses, and she's got whatever she's got. I don't. Why would I give her money? I
Did you pay
when
for membership or Patreon?
that
No,
was a
wait. I no. That's different. I'm talking about the donations that she said, if you donate to Jane Doe, it takes away from me. Nana Patty correctly said that neither Nana Patty nor I, nor most of us, had any interest in giving Carolyn money. And I'm going to tell you the two cases where I gave her money. I gave her money from my heart. I got asked about when her son died, and I did that privately. I sent it to her PayPal, and I sent her a private note, and I did not get on there and say, "Hey, everybody, look at me! Look at how much I'm a true rambler. Look at all the money I'm throwing at Cal." I didn't do that. And then I'm trying to think if I ever. This is and all that time I gave her a gift for after her son passed away. The next thing that I remember giving her, and that's the only thing I can remember, is that I was sort of leaned on. I didn't want to give her this. What happened was she failed to replace a battery in a laptop, and screaming at Jimmy about it. Jimmy doesn't have my laptop and I have to go to the beach. I was, oh my God. She's going on and on about how Jimmy lost her cameras and she didn't have a laptop and she couldn't pack for the trip and she was freaking out. Well, even before that, she was saying that Jimmy had failed to get her laptop in working condition, meaning a new battery. That normally those of us in the real world say, "Oh, I need a new battery." Okay, here's the new battery, and you put it in, or you get someone to do that. Not Carolyn. She just, you know. So what happened was that
A donation was taken up. A donation was taken up for a new laptop for her,
right, and
and
I
we
believe
both donated some money to that.
yes. So I gave her a total of the amount that I gave her upon the death of her son. And then I gave her $75. And I didn't want to. And I did not. And the thing is that the person who organized it was a friend of mine. And I felt, it was like, oh, God. And I didn't want to. And I was going to give, I mean, normally I would say, okay, say it wasn't Carolyn, I'd say, okay, here's $100. Or if it's something more, I'd say, okay, here's, whatever. Oh, and I don't mean that dismissively. If someone had a funeral or something, I wasn't like, oh my God, another funeral. It wasn't like that. If there was, and there were a few things where the collections were taken up for people's, after someone had lost a husband and those, my gosh, this, of course, this is a full-hearted thing that you send to the person's PayPal. And so even that $75, do you know, she's just an unbelievable person, because someone carried information back to her, because people do that. There's a person in particular that I'm very disappointed in, who has been throwing a lot of stuff around lately that's not true. And Carolyn's just, oh my gosh, going to town on it. And, I had said, I'm glad this person's not in there anymore. The person left of her own volition, although she's claiming that she was kicked out, and that is absolutely not the case. But unfortunately, there was a situation where there were two people who chose to carry information out, and they're not in there anymore. And one of them chose to carry information out. The other one didn't, but as far as I know. However, that information, someone heard me say, man, I never wanted to give her even, I almost gave her 100 and I couldn't do it. It's like, God, this is just because she couldn't get a battery. I'm supposed to contribute to a new laptop for her. Why would I? I hadn't even been able to call in since I can't almost a year. I really stopped calling to the panels unless she had some emergency where I had to come and call in and help her. There was some damn computer meltdown she had, and I finally called in and said, here, do this, whatever. I didn't even call in anymore because of what was happening to me. The abuse I was taking for being Carolyn's whatever. But anyway, the point is that when she needed, I wouldn't have given her a dime. But the person organizing it was saying, aren't you going to contribute? And then I knew I already didn't want to be in this person's channel anymore. I stayed for my friends. And I knew that if I didn't contribute to her stupid laptop that she didn't need, that it was going to cause a problem for me. She'd say, why didn't Moo contribute to my laptop? Because that's the kind of person she is. This is how she operates. And I thought, okay, I'm just going to do 75 so I can be under the radar, and she just leaves me the hell alone. So I sent that. Well, this person, or somebody decided to carry this information. Oh, Moo is mad that she wants her $75 back. And it's like, okay, Carolyn, now that you know that I really didn't want to give it to you, if I wanted to have anything to do with your sorry ass, yes, I'd send her PayPal request to get The problem is that another person was collecting it. And also, I'm not that petty. You can have my $70, my $75. I'm not going to hit the other person for it. Even if it was your PayPal, I wouldn't hit you for it because you're a beggar. And if you want my $75, you've got it. So that's how I feel about it. She got a total of the X number of dollars I gave her for the death of her son, and she got $75 out of me. Other than that, I would never give her a dime. I never super chatted. And this is the idea that giving Jane Doe a few $100 out of people's pockets was going to cost her is absolute crap. But she went bonkers. She said, I can't have this on the channel. And that is when she began her obsession with Jane Doe. Now, when she called up, she said, Scooter, blah, blah, and I believe that Jane Doe is a millionaire with all this property. Can you look up the properties? Because I think she's lying. She said the houses were sold, but I believe because of my searching all these records for something else that was hideous that you can see in my video, she said, I believe this, blah, blah, blah. And it was this really gothic tale of basically a millionaire recluse who owned properties all over town and was trying to get, to scam ramblers and take away from Carolyn's income. So here they are on the phone, and I'm believing that three people that one I'm friends with, one was a friend, my really close friend, until she turned all her texts over to Carolyn. And Carolyn was never my friend. But at the time, I thought I had three friends on the phone who believed that a person was a scammer. There were other scammers. It wasn't a weird thing. And all she asked for was, can you look up these property records? And what I was able to say, and I told her all of it, that every single thing that Jane Doe said was true. Every house that she said didn't have anymore, she didn't have it was, and this is where I did get conned because I have three people saying we think that this is a, oh am I gone? Can you hear me?
Body cat.
Oh, okay.
I can hear you, but
Oh, okay.
somebody's put a comment in the chat to you.
Sure.
It's from Snowline.
Uh-huh.
She says that Body Cat, it would really mean a lot to me if you would apologize to me for
I
having a lot of nasty things, saying a
Yeah,
lot.
I
Of,
would be happy to. And let me say, Snow Lion, I do apologize. And here I would like to explain. I don't like the word explain, but I will explain though what happened between me and you. And I want you to know that I love cats. I would never laugh at the death of a cat. And I think what got us off on the wrong foot, and I take full responsibility for it. What happened was that there was something about karma, and there was a comment made that I don't like the details of this because it's unpleasant, but there was a thing where people were making comments about karma on Carolyn over something tragic. And what happened was that I felt that people when I'm trying, the reason I'm stuttering is because I don't want to pinpoint or cause.
Body Cat, you don't have
Yeah.
to give the details. Just do the
Okay.
apology.
Okay. What I'm just saying that what happened was when I heard this is karma, then my response was, well, then I suppose, and this was rude, but I was as exercise, it was, well, then and you had said, that you had lost a litter of kittens. And I was saying, well, just if this is karma for a person, then it was more of a question in my mind. Well, is that karma for you? And it is a bold and rude thing to say to someone. And I said it in emotional, stupid white knighting for some, for someone who said this. And again, and I will have to be specific, I do not remember that you or anyone else even said it. What I remember is that believing that you said it. And it's very possible that she said you said it. And I want to be clear about that. And I want to apologize. And I do from the bottom of my heart, because it was simply a reflection. If someone says that this is karma for me, then that must be karma for you. And I did say that to you. And I, I don't remember. Again, I'm at this point, I'm more likely to attribute it to my having heard her say that you said that. And that makes me apologize even harder. And then of course it went on, because then of course you had every right to feel you had to say I was a vile person, and I understand that. And people, it's like with Evie and Casbat and a whole bunch of other people, and where once you get off on the wrong foot, then it's a food fight, or worse. And it's sort of like, well, you said this about to me, you vile person. And I completely understand that. And I do apologize to you. And I mean it. And I love your cats, and I hope they're well. And for every crappy thing I said in reaction to us having kind of a back and forth where I'm a crappy person, I understand why you would think that. And I do apologize. And there are a bunch of other people I want to apologize to also. I've sort of have been, as I go through the comments, it's kind of nice because you're sort of in there chatting. And of course, Carolyn's just flaming. I mean, I heard it before. I'm kind of going to I'm not going to watch her. I wouldn't give her a view, but the stuff she was putting out there about me, it's more, this has been happening to me for so long. And this is the first time I've been relieved, because finally I'm out from under her. And what she threatened to do was exactly what she did. And when I say threaten, she doesn't come out and say, if you don't do a property report for me, I'm going to 3 weeks from now release all of your private text emails and everything you ever confided about how blah, 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 blah in your personal life. She doesn't put it that way. But you see what she does to others, that's headed your way. And everyone here is a witness to what she did to me tonight. And last night, they were pretending that they randomly, I thought that was random. We didn't know we were going to come up with Moo's video. Well, what's so funny about that, Carolyn, is that one of your faithful people called me on the phone and said they're really going to F you over tonight, and possibly Evie. What they're going to do is broadcast you having that nervous breakdown, and where you call out Evie and Casbat. And it's like, oh, geez, seriously? Evie and Casbat, we've already worked this out. She's going to do that? Okay. So what they did was they set up this whole thing. They're like in Zoom hours planning this. These are grown women, people who say that I have a bad character. And they're saying, okay, what we're going to do is we're going to pretend I didn't watch it. Someone else was streaming it. And when I heard it, I was like, okay, I got to mute, because I didn't need to hear my nervous breakdown being played for fun for her ramblers. So, but I knew it was coming. I can't tell you what time it was, but I've got a phone call of one of your friends, Carolyn, calls me, and they told me, and they were going to do, I don't know what they did because I didn't see it, but they're going to pretend to have some kind of a guess the number. Like, I don't know what they did, but it was like, okay, now you give me a number, and you give me a month, and you give me a year or something. I think it was something like that. And whatever pops up, that's what we're going to play. And, for her to, what is she, like 11? That, that we're going to fall for this. And all those people on the panel are up there doing this for her. I mean, and they think I'm disgusting. it's just so interesting to me. It's just phenomenal. So that's what they did, and they they brought. I didn't watch it. I could hear it because it was something that people were trying to see what the heck, and so it was on one device so that we wouldn't be giving her views. And what I did hear was I think I heard Davida, and I know I heard Lisa D, and I'm thinking, oh my gosh, they're so lovely. The small part I heard, it isn't a comfortable feeling when you, in fact, were broken down. I was in such a I can't even tell you how sick I was then. I had long haul COVID, and that I was trying to recover from. It took, I was sick for like a year from COVID, and I was so weak and sick and beaten down and crying over this whole mess that, as I said, Casbat, Evie, and the rest of us were like, hey, we're grown-ups. Man, now I understand what happened when you put the pieces together because you're adults and you say, wait a minute, now I know what happened. Oh my God. And this is what happened. We worked it out, but not Carolyn. So she's out there playing ancient history. We're saying, wait, we fixed it. What are you doing? And the answer is it's humiliation. And so these grown women, oh my gosh, and I know your names because the person who called me told me which ones of you. And I'm so sorry that this is what you think you're doing to me. But these grown ladies who are just paragons of decency, they're like, oh yeah, okay, so we're gonna pick that, and it's gonna be Moo's video where she has a nervous breakdown, and she says all this shitty stuff about Cat. Sorry for saying bad words.
But
Saying
you know what that showed, right, Bitey Cat?
what?
That video showed how compassionate the people on that panel were.
Well,
The the
that's
people that loved you and wanted to help you, but she
right.
never showed 1 ounce of wanting to help you or compassion. There was nothing given by Merb.
Oh, nothing, nothing.
No.
And as I said, I didn't even hear the whole thing. I heard a fragment, so I think I heard Davida. Did I hear Davida? Yes, no?
What?
I think Davida was in it. But what I did hear, I heard Lisa D, because this was literally about maybe a minute or two. And I was thinking, oh gosh, I'm not in love with having my breakdown made where people are doing this for entertainment and Carolyn's views, because she knows she's going to get views. So she's basically profiting from my nervous breakdown. And
Mm-hmm.
and I'm here, but then I'm hearing this beautiful voice of Lisa D, and remembering how loving and just as Nana Patty said, it's loving, comforting friends. And the best part of it is the loving, comforting friends. We're right here, and apart from one person who decided to really throw me under the bus. I don't know why. And she had been in our Zooms, and I don't know why she would do that to me because I didn't know her other than to say hi and chat. And I'll never understand why she took information and to other channels and told them that I was so dirty, that I did all these things because she was just a sub. She was never a mod. She had no inside information. And the only things she would have known was from listening to us speaking with our friends. And luckily she's gone. And I wish her the best, but I was like, wow, this is another case of someone who was not on the inside and decided and Carolyn, oh my God, Carolyn's just going to town. This is a person she hated a week ago, and suddenly she's saying, you see what so-and-so said about Lou? It proves how evil she is. It's just, oh, Jesus. But as Pink started out this broadcast, she's saying, take a deep breath. Don't listen to this. It's a narcissist. And Pink, if you're there, it's right. You're so right.
Yeah, I'm here. That's just my opinion. I'm not diagnosing her, but
No, but I think you're absolutely right, and you nailed it. And And I know I've been going. This is why I try to stay off YouTube, because I talk too much, and I realize that. And Snowline, I can't see or hear your comments, but I do mean that from my heart. I really do. I really do. I said so many sort of New York City street fight things like, "Oh yeah, you want to make something of it," and then I get mouthy. I'm a real jerk, and I admit it. And it's another reason I need to stay off YouTube.
We
I'm
kind of
guys.
joke about that, Body Cat. That that's why you put things in writing, because it's much easier for you to articulate.
Yes, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Move to and Pink and I'm sorry, I don't know, I can't remember the other person.
Anna Patty.
Nana Patty, I beg your pardon. I'm gonna leave.
Thank you for
Now,
coming up, Space Monster. I appreciate it.
I really appreciate you allowing me to come up. I've
Yeah.
seen a lot of comments in the chat. One of the things that I will say is that hearing you two ladies talking about the way that you're talking about things, nothing is ever as it seems. It never is. And some of us that are a little bit more with our finger on the pulse see what's going on.
Mhm.
I'm really sorry that you two have gone through the experience that you've gone through.
Thank you.
But what's very important is what you're going to learn from this is that nothing that you see on these platforms is ever real. It is always there is always one thing that is the bottom line, and that is money. It's as simple as that. And you know that. And once they get you into a specific position and you compromise yourself, and let's face it, we've all done it. All of us have done it. We've all compromised ourselves in one way or another. But the bottom line is it's always motivated by finances.
I agree, because I always say, if YouTube, if Google didn't offer, memberships or Patreon, such things like that, I think you would see different outcomes on YouTube. I
But you have
remember
to
when I first
remember
came
how
on, it was the
YouTube.
super chats, right? And people appreciated it. But now, I'll never do memberships. I have seen where it gets people. Just the fact that you're colored green when you show up, and to me, that's like, I'll go into a chat and I'm the only one that's not green, and I'm like, oh, I don't want to be defined in that way. I don't think membership people should be shown as, well, you're a member and I'm not. I don't know. It's greed, and that's how Google was created. I mean, all social media.
Yeah, absolutely. It was
Yeah.
created off two major incidences.
Yeah.
One of them was it was around, but the two major incidences that catapulted it into everybody watching it was what's his name? Michael Jackson's sister and Timberlake ripping off the breast, whatever it was there. And the other one was the tragedy that everybody was able to watch on the tsunami. They were the two major incidences. And if you look at both of them, both of them are based on tragedy.
Right.
That's what YouTube is. Now, we have amazing creators out there. We have some amazing, and most of us do, outside of this bottom of YouTube, watch other channels that are millions of subscribers that have fantastic content. They never go live. They produce stuff that we love to listen to.
Right.
But
And they don't engage. They don't engage with their subscribers.
But that's good. Because why
That's what I
should
meant.
they?
Yes. Yes.
That and that's the thing. It's one of the things that we have to see with the Heard and Dip controversy, right? Is that now we know Johnny, and I like him. I really did love him as a character, right? I don't want to know everything that goes on in somebody's personal life. I want to have something that's precious that I feel that is important to me.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that's just me on a personal issue. Why the hell do we need to know every personal detail of somebody? And I get why that came out. However, when you see these people that we hold to a higher pedestal out there and putting their information, and we're starting to see something personal about, they no longer become mysterious and mystique. And
Exactly.
it's important for us to have that. And once you start hearing, like, look at what just happened to Anne Hesh. What a fucking tragedy this
Mm-hmm.
is. It is a horrible, horrible situation that has happened. Um, when I don't know anything about Pink, Mum of Two,
And you won't. So that's one
and
thing I try to maintain is my privacy as best as I can. I'm
that's
very
so
careful.
important.
Yeah.
That's so important because how dare anybody decide, like, what's happened to her? She lost her life
Mm-hmm.
from whatever that would be. Obviously it's something traumatic that has happened, and god damn it, we have seen so much trauma happen on YouTube that we decide that it's fucking okay to just go after everybody. And here's the problem that we face here: people that say that somebody has a mental health issue and they should be allowed to have some sort of uh,
Can I heads up?
forgiveness or whatever it is. Let's just face it, mental health issues are what the majority of the world faces. That's a fucking fact. And when we are starting to push people into an area that is unhealthy, there's something wrong with us as a human race. It's as simple as that. And I'm really sorry that what I see the two ladies on panel now have gone through, it's a manipulative um, programming that happens. And it doesn't just happen on her channel, it happens on a lot of
Yeah,
channels.
absolutely.
So, on that note, I really appreciate you allowing me to speak. I've noticed that people are very animated about me, but guess what? I will always be able to defend anything that I say, and I'm up here to ask the questions that people don't always ask, and they
Right.
just.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you being here. And I remained quiet for a long time only because
You
I wanted
did.
to, I didn't want people to think I'm a bad host, but I really wanted Nana Patty and Bitey Cat to talk. That's what's needed.
And they do, but here's the
Yeah.
thing, Pink. Be very careful. Be very, very careful that you don't buy in to exactly what you're trying to allow these ladies to bring out. Don't you dare abuse the fact that they have been abused. Be very careful,
Oh,
okay? Because
absolutely. Yeah. I think my
that
track
is,
record being here since 2019, I mean, I think my subs who know me very well, it's just not in my nature. I mean, I know my boundaries and
We wouldn't have come on your
yeah,
channel if
that's
if we
fine,
thought that
girl.
would happen.
yeah.
No, that's fine. But I think it's very important to also step back and uh, look, this, we all know how this place operates.
Yeah.
People always, you girls have been through a situation that many of us have seen either in documentaries or blah, 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 whatever it is. We see it. We know what's going on. I've had a tiny, weeny, what do you call it? Invitation into it. I had always my reservations, and when I hear what you guys have gone through, then it really resonated to what I was feeling. So, but there is a lot of people that are still doing the same thing. So you need to be very careful that you're just not targeting one person. It is
Yeah.
something that happens all the time here.
No,
And
I
that's,
know. I know the dynamics of YouTube pretty well at this point, and I know when to back off. I know that I have a life outside of YouTube, and I think I've shown that for quite a while. And I bring funny videos, parodies.
oh, listen, I have to say that parody that you did on MRB was fucking funny.
I'll tell, she's hard to do. She's hard to. I honestly
No, she's
don't like
not.
parodying her because
That
she's so
was
miserable.
the one that you did last year was very, very funny. I have to listen. Um, we forget that it's okay to. Here's the thing about comedy and taking the Mickey out of people. You got to be able to do that, because that's what political commentators do on politics,
Mhm.
right? We see it all the time, and we laugh at it.
Yeah, and
So
when I came to YouTube, it wasn't the Watts case that brought me here. It was
what bring you here?
Molly Golightly came up on my
Oh
recommendation, and
God.
I'm like, I have to parody this chick. I have to. I
Now,
wasn't aware of the Watts case until December of 2019. So
and
I
what a
was just like,
sad
"Who's
state of
Watts? Who's
affairs
he?"
that
Yeah,
has all been. I mean,
yeah.
listen, we could talk about that forever, but listen, Pink, thank you for having me up.
You're
I
welcome.
appreciate it. We have never spoken. Nana Patty and Biddy Cack, is it? Sorry, I'm so
Bitey cat, Bitey cat.
Bitey Cack. Thank you for giving it. I'm going to go. I wanted to ask a couple of questions. I never got further than I did, but I've got a good framework of what I'm seeing. But like I said before, as a business, there's been violations made, and that's what you have to remember, that any platform that operates as a business that invites you
Mhm.
into areas and then decides to then um, put you out there because you have left or you don't agree with what it is, then there is a problem with them, that not you guys.
Yeah, very good point. Thank you for that. Very good point.
I'm going to go because there's so many people that just disagree with me here, but I don't care.
Don't worry about it.
Thank
Don't,
you.
there are just opinions. That's all it is.
That's exactly right. An opinion
That's all
means
it
jack
is.
shit.
Yeah, yeah.
Thanks very much. Bye, guys. Good luck.
Bye, Space Monster. Listen, I hate to end this, but I have to be up at 8 and it's already almost 5.
Oh my gosh.
Very much. Bye,
Yeah,
guys.
yeah.
Thank Pink, thank you so much for letting us.
Thank you. So I can't tell you how thankful I am that the both of you came up and were able to speak. And like I said, I didn't mean to be so quiet, but I really wanted to give you two the opportunity to speak without interruption.
Well,
And I hope it was helpful.
I really appreciate. I can't even tell you how much I appreciate it. I
Good.
really
And don't
do.
worry, it's a safe place. I'm not going to take this and turn it into something else or Space Monster, like she said, she doesn't know me. So but
Oh
Yeah,
no, I don't.
and we just keep moving forward, right? That's all
No,
we can do.
I think it was. I really appreciate it. Oops, did I
Yeah,
show it? No, I thank you so much, and it never would have crossed my mind. I know you're not going to do anything other than what you did, which was give us a lovely panel where we could, try to refute the slime that's being thrown at us. It's just, and if any of you can, hey, Carolyn, you strike people all the time. Maybe you can tell me, how do I strike your stupid lying video? Because if someone can tell me how to strike that, because it's.
do
I
you
will
have an
move.
email? I'm sure someone can help you out with that if you have an
I
email.
will.
Okay.
I'll tell you, move.
And anyone who looks at her, just all those women who were enjoying me last night, and I'm not going to name names, but there's one in particular, where they just ripped me to shreds for having a nervous breakdown and contradicting their mommy last night, because I really would like to strike both of these videos. And Carolyn's going to say, ha ha, I got to her, she's striking. But my God, what a violation. How could she? What kind of person is she? True crime? Ooh.
Yeah, yeah. So
Well,
uh,
good night. Thank you, Pink.
Thank
thank
you. And
you
sorry to
again,
keep you
everyone
up
in
so
chat.
late.
If I miss anyone, I'm sorry. Thank you for the donations. My cup overfloweth. I mean, look how many people are here, and that we're able. It's the fact that we can all pull together as a community when it's needed. That's what I'm so overwhelmed with, and I'm proud of this community. I really am. Um, and keep up the good work and stay strong. And if anybody, might, reach out to someone if you're having a hard time. You know, I haven't been going live as often because my mom is ill.
Oh, I'm
Um,
sorry.
and I've been taking care of her. So my life's taken a little bit of a turn, but it's okay. I don't regret it. But there's channels out there. There's plenty of people out there who are supportive, and yeah, just you're not alone. You're not alone.
Well,
Thank
thank
Definitely.
you
you.
to everyone in here for being so welcoming to us.
Yeah,
Yes, thank you so much.
yeah. All right, everyone. Thank you again, and we'll see you guys soon. Okay.
Yes, thanks a lot.
All right. You're welcome. All
Good
right.
night.
Good
Good night.
night. Good night, everyone. Thank you.